It's Tuesday, February 5th, 2021 at 6 p.m.
No, it's Monday, April 5th.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
it says Tuesday.
I changed it. Sorry, you didn't get the updated version.
I just printed this one. Okay. It's Monday, April 5th, 2021 at 6:02 p.m. And I call this meeting of the Wellfleet Select Board to order under the temporary suspension and enhancement of the open meeting law requirements by Governor Baker. First on the agenda is announcements, open session, and public comments. Please note, public comments must be brief. The board will not deliberate or vote on any matter raised solely during announcements and public comments. Okay, do we have anyone? Helen. Go ahead, Helen. You're muted,
You're on
Helen.
mute. You're muted.
Yes, I know, and you didn't hear me swearing, which is good. The wonderful tick testing program that we've had for years is not functioning now. The Laboratory of Medical Zoology that the town had posted on their website has stopped. There are a lot of other tick testing businesses out there, and I've tried to find a new one, and I have, and it's tick season again. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, testing, which kind of testing?
Tick
Line-
testing.
Oh, tick
You
testing,
pull
okay.
the tick off you. It's been posted for a while there. We had it free for Wellfleet residents. I worked with a health agent anyway, and we had it on the website and it was wonderful. But that program is another casualty of the pandemic, not to equate that with the loss of human life, but you know, very good science program, and it's not funded, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Not seeing anything. Moving on to the first item of business. Review and vote to recommend or not recommend the general government budgets. So I guess first I'd just like to say that I don't think this budget is adequate as it stands to approve or send to the taxpayers. We can't approve an unbalanced budget without a means to balance it, and it's in deficit 330,000 right now. And if we're going to ask the taxpayers for an override, we have to show that other options have been considered first. The budget's, I mean, it's 4 months late and it's incomplete. I just kind of am at a little bit of a loss here. So I guess I'll ask the town administrator to present what's here and see what the rest of the board has to say. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, yes, we have been working on this budget literally up to, you know, half an hour before it needed to be posted on Thursday. There were some numbers that needed to be sorted out by the auditors. And unfortunately, with that, we did everything that we could to try and keep from going over 2.5%. But with salary increases and there was a big, almost $500,000 that needed to be sorted out by the auditors. That was a bond anticipation note that the town took out. You know, it's sort of a short-term borrowing to pay for a larger bond, you know, to get the proceeds in faster. But as it turns out, you know, the bond proceeds, which were supposed to be used to pay that off, the town didn't do that. You know, we paid interest on it rather than principal on it. So that set off us trying to take everything that we could and put it into separate articles. so as to keep the budget from being even more over 2.5%. So that's what took so long. That's why things are offset. The salary figures that we originally received, needed to actually be sorted out, by employee manually. And I'm going to defer to Heather on a lot of the details of this, but that's the reason why your budget is later than you expected. Trust me, we would have preferred to had it to you much earlier, but we were literally getting numbers back from the auditors and things sorted out and figuring out what the options were the day that the budget needed to be posted for you. So with that, we will need to make an adjustment for the funds that are not self-sustaining. So those increases need to show up somewhere. In order to balance the budget, we have assumed in here the use of the short-term rental new funds coming in. So that, I know there was discussion about using that in some other ways. But again, it's just the budget that we present to you, and you have, every right to change it. There were things that the departments would have preferred to see in the general fund rather than separate articles at town meeting. And you may decide that you want to move them from those articles in some cases where you can into the general fund if you wanted to go over what is now almost 7% increase from last year. So that's sort of it in sort of a high level general way about where, the decisions that we made in putting the numbers together.
Okay. Justina?
Yeah, well, I understand that this was done, I forget what you said, a half hour something. You were getting
Yeah.
numbers back from the auditors, but we should have known that we were behind. And we could have known we were behind and needed to have a strategy session about being behind sooner than later, and discussed on a higher level strategic way, the right way to handle it. Because good decisions are better made not at the last minute. So I think we know that we've had troubles in the accounting department for some time. And I know we haven't closed fiscal year 2021. So I think this is a pickle. And I think that it's not a pickle simply because we didn't get numbers back from the auditors. I think there's a general need to take 2 steps back and take a look at what the right thing to do is. Before we take it over to Heather's, I'd like to stay at the town administrator's desk and walk through what the right thing to do is as we are looking at town meeting coming up at us in June. The town's a solvent town, and I think we need to have some high level discussions at this meeting because they haven't happened yet. So I would like to stay on this conversation before turning it over to Heather. We do have a budget book. She gave us a good summary. We've got the top line numbers in front of us. So I think now is a good time for this discussion to happen.
Hey, Ryan?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out which part we're discussing right now. Because it really seems like we can only take this piece by piece. um, you know, we can't just look at it as a whole right now, and that's not how it's normally done. I do seriously question why administration did not send it to us as they had scheduled on the calendar they scheduled. And they sent it to the planning, or not the planning board, the FinCom, the department head budgets to the FinCom, and they were supposed to send them to us as well at the same time. And you know, the adoption of that schedule is specified in the town charter. Any changes to it and lack of actually following the schedule and is probably a violation of the town charter. So thank you.
Helen, go ahead. You're muted, Helen.
I'm trying to be so good muting myself. Maybe I'll just leave myself on, unfortunately. Okay, we've got a long night ahead of us. I would like, and I understand wanting to have a kind of review of why we find ourselves doing this now as opposed to in February or March, but never mind that.
That's not what I meant.
No, I know, but there have been remarks both now, you know, and
I meant what
before
due
the
to the
meeting.
deficit, Helen.
Yeah, no, here's what I mean. Acknowledgement of the fact that we're coming in late and things are unusual and not as we wish they were is what I was addressing. Forgive me, Justina, I should have
No,
been
it's
more
okay. I'm
specific.
cross-talking. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Anyway, point is, let's get going. Let's, to pick up on what Ryan said, let's just start working our way through this. And what do we want to do first? The budget, the numbers, or do we want to do the warrant? Let's get going.
We're doing the budget
Please.
here. That's the first item on the
Okay.
agenda. But the issue is we have a $330,000 budget deficit and we can't approve it like this. So we have to determine what to do about that budget deficit. And the last time free cash was certified was July 2019. And there was $823,000 in free cash at that point. There was no free cash used in the 2021 budget. There's no free cash used in the 2022 budget. And it's not certified yet, I guess, is the situation there. But there's definitely some money there. We also have a stabilization fund of around $1 million as of 2019. We have not touched that stabilization fund. I'm a little unclear, you know, is this budget based on last year's receipts, where we did expect them to come in lower due to COVID. And, you know, we've had discussions before about the potential to use the stabilization fund to offset a deficit. Right now, we're at our current goal, at least as of 2019. I don't know because nothing's certified yet, but of 2019, we had 1.8, almost $1.9 million in cash reserves, which is actually at the 10% goal that the town set to have cash reserves. That includes the free cash, the finance committee reserve fund, and the stabilization fund. I don't believe any of that money has been tapped. If there's free cash, there's a potential to tap the stabilization fund until the free cash is certified and then reallocate money to the stabilization fund. So I think there's various options as far as balancing it, but I don't see any presented in the budget or the statement here. And I'm not sure, you know, where to go with it. And I just feel like at this stage of the game, making these decisions is kind of difficult because, you know, obviously we're on committee here right now. So I think, like, I guess what I'm saying is, as of 2019, we were in sound fiscal position. That's not to say we weren't robbing Peter to pay Paul here and there, but at the same time, we were clearly bringing enough revenue to dedicate funding to our stabilization fund every year to build up the cash reserves that are our goal, which is 2% or 10% of our overall budget. And I think, to me, it makes sense to utilize stabilization funds precisely for this type of emergency situation where we may have had less cash receipts last year than we were expecting. So I don't know. I mean, I guess right now we can go back and forth on this. I just know we can't approve it until we have a means to resolve the deficit. So, Justina?
Yeah, I agree. That's what I meant by keeping it on the TA's desk, because that's, where the overall strategy for resolving issues like this should come from. And taking a look at our strategy for facing that budget deficit. And I think that the stabilization fund and cash makes sense of where to go. And I don't, to be blunt, think we've been given a strategy here. And so I'm not sure this is a real, that the budget deficit is actually a real issue. So it's going to cause a lot of work if we proceed as if it is, if in fact there's an accounting solution or a strategic solution to that issue. And I know Mass Municipal Finance has its own particular laws, and they are an area of expertise, and Maria comes from another state, and as does Heather and so forth. But I think that we need an additional layer of expertise to take a look at this budget than it unfortunately has had. And I question whether what we're being presented tonight is, as Mike said, finished in that particular sense of, is that indeed a real issue? So that's what I meant by I think we should finish up with the strategy before going to the department budgets. So I agree with what Chair DeVasto said, and I think that cash and stabilization fund numbers are sufficiently robust that they deserve pointing out and provide, somebody with the can help us out there.
Well, I don't know what free cash is right now, but I feel like we should have some idea the amount of free cash that there is. But Chief Polly has his hand up. I'll go to Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I think this is a really important discussion to have. And I know we're waiting on some things townwide with respect to revenues. You've heard me bemoan what's going on with the ambulance receipts fund. But the numbers that I have from our billing company, the fund is starting to rebound. But I really like to get that, make sure that the numbers we have internally at the fire department match the numbers that the town accountant has and shows what's in the books. Because then we might be able to tap a little of that and still buy an ambulance and move forward. So I don't want to take that off the table. But if we could get some better numbers, then we might be able to tap the ambulance fund for $100,000 to help balance the budget, and inclusive also of stabilization and reserves. I just want to throw that out there for the board and for the town administrator to consider. She and I had a discussion this afternoon on the fire department budget. And I can't support what is being submitted, but we're not that far off. I think we just tweak some things and get clarification on a couple of things. And I would submit that that's a very good exercise to have between the administration and the department heads, because I'm sure we can get there, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, so one of the problems we have is that we don't have a true understanding of the condition of the town finances. and this has been an ongoing problem, and the budget that we're being presented, it's obvious that there's additional funding requests related to it, or quite significant funding requests related to getting the town finances in order. I think that the select board at this point should have a clear understanding of what the actual condition is. I think that we should consider hiring an outside agent to determine the condition of the finances of the town. Thank you.
To that point, this isn't directly related to the condition of the finances, but I did speak with Harry Turkanian, and he went through some of the numbers from before, and he did express his willingness to consult on balancing the budget and bringing it back to the board, and sort of advising in that capacity and donating his time to do so. And I think at this point, it would be expedient for us to take him up on that and have him give some guidance. He's familiar with the budget. He's dealt with it, in the past, and has sort of done these sort of things. And I just don't think we have a lot of time to get to where we need to go to get this thing approved. And I think the select board needs a couple strategies and sort of the cost benefits of doing things a certain way to balance the budget before we can go and ask for the taxpayers to do an override.
Mr. Chairman, it might be worthwhile to let you hear from Heather, some of the other folks that we have been consulting with on the budget.
Sure.
I don't know where she's on here, but no, this wasn't done just she and I with a pencil. Heather, do you want to talk about that a little bit? Because I think we still have had, Lisa Suve look at it, and the finance director from Eastham looked at it. But I want to give Heather a chance to talk about that for a second, if you don't mind.
If Heather would like to speak, that'd be fine with me.
Good evening, everyone. It would be my pleasure to give you the information that I have, which is limited. I did consult with Lisa Suve, who clearly is an expert in Massachusetts, overseeing the town of Brewster for over 20 years, to put together the summary sheet that you have. And I also did speak with Rich Bienvenu at length to reconcile and tease out, truly what the numbers were depicting from the Massachusetts standards. So just so that this board is aware, I did reach out to experts in this area to at the very least put together what you see as the impactful nature of what this unbalanced budget looks like, and where we believe it came from the numbers that we believe are true from last year, having them be unaudited still at this point. So that's the information I have about that.
Okay. Justina?
Yeah, I think it's a fabulous idea to bring in Harry Turkanian. I think we all know he went to MIT and can bring out a calculator and solve just about everything. At least that was my humble experience with him. And I think we all know that Heather is a fabulous new accounting talent on the scene. I've continued to hear nothing but good things about what a great job Maria did hiring Heather. So I would be all in favor of Harry working with Heather. Heather, I just can't sing Harry's phrases enough. And he's also knows quite a bit about Mass municipal law, of course. So I'm hoping that would be a suggestion that maybe the rest of the select board feels would be good to have Harry give Heather a hand on the budget since he was so gracious to agree to do so.
Helen,
Yeah, Harry, if Harry's volunteered that, through you to Maria, for whatever reason, Dan Hort, who was the last TA, has not made himself available. And there is this normal thing where the prior TA, if all goes well, will give a hand to the new TA. And you've consulted with very good people, both you and Heather. And I just have to say, with respect for Ryan's feeling that things aren't as clear as they might be, I feel that it's all here. I feel that having a deficit is unfortunate, but it's happened many times. In my opinion, the stabilization fund is created in part for situations just like this. And we've got everything before us plainly in the documents that we got for this meeting. In other words, it isn't like some strange thing that is a mystery that's being hidden from us, which is why the sooner we get traction on this material, the better. And a lot is revealed by going through department head requests, and also the short and very clear and excellent summary that we got from Heather, thank you, Heather, at the beginning, laid it out in the most beautiful, simple structure so that I could understand it immediately and apply it as I went through all the different departments and all the other parts of what we got to look at. Thank you.
okay, Ryan,
Right, so if we're gonna start talking about the brass tacks, let's just start talking about the brass tacks. Of the budget deficit, approximately 60% of that is from wage increases in wages. Is the ban issue, is that a one-time expense or is it reoccurring?
It will be reoccurring until we've paid it down or we've refinanced, one of the two.
Okay. And then I had asked earlier about refinancing town loans to take advantage of the low interest rate. But at the time, I was told it wasn't possible. Has that changed?
Right now, I think we're having whatever we have in bonds looked at by our financial advisors to see if there are any options there. But it sounds like for most of them, the way the borrowing or whatever was done, that most of them can't be refinanced. And Heather can chime in on that, but we're having someone look at it, the folks that advise us on that, to see what our options might be.
So any benefits from refinancing them, if any of them are refinanceable, will be fairly small.
I'm not thinking they're going to be very significant, no.
Yeah. Okay. And then in the past, the ambulance fund has been used to offset the increase in primarily driven by wages and insurance, the increases in the town budget. It's kind of been used to conceal, or not conceal is the wrong word. It's been used to offset the increase so that wasn't reflected to the taxpayers at a town meeting. And now the ambulance fund is fairly low, and we have ambulance replacement on the warrant. So that is, a lot of this is stuff that was put off the ambulance fund was used to put off the reckoning of the steady increases in town wages and insurance for the last few years, unfortunately. But if we want, I would like to talk about the income statement, or we'll see. Thank you.
Justina,
Before we move off the Harry Turkanian helping, do we need a motion?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to just move to officially appoint him as a consultant so that he can, I mean, I don't think we're gonna get to approval of this overall budget right now. I know there's changes in the department budgets. I'd like to hear from the department heads about where they feel like they are in this process. But I think, yeah, I don't see how we can approve it without having some options in front of us to look at in regards to resolving the deficit. I mean, I don't think it's a decision to be made right now on the fly.
Yeah.
How we're going to do this. I can't help but feel that, we should have been presented with a few options.
Yeah, I agree. It's
How we can
it's
save
not
money
just
here
a
and
three.
there.
Sorry, Mike.
Yeah.
And
So,
also, there's some items that are historically not part of 2.5 overrides that are exactly, it's a work in progress right now, and the in progress part would impact a hypothesis that there's a deficit. So I would feel more comfortable if Harry was appointed as an agent or appointed as a consultant to work with Heather to take the excellent first draft that is this budget summary, one pager that we got, and work it out into a more complete budget document that we got in our budget books that we're looking at tonight. Because I don't want to nitpick it to death, but there's things in it that concern me, and I would feel more comfortable if Harry was working with Heather to continue to work on it.
okay, I'm just gonna make a motion and we can vote on it or discuss it. I move to appoint Harry Turkanian to serve as a consultant on the FY 2022 budget to advise and administrate as necessary in order to complete and submit a final budget for annual town meeting effective immediately.
Second,
Okay,
I would add if so willing.
Yeah, well, he's willing, but yeah, if so willing.
second, Ryan seconded first, though.
Mike,
Yep.
I didn't hear every word distinctly. Did you say to help? Can you read the middle part of that again, please?
Yeah, I move to appoint Harry Turkanian to serve as a consultant on the FY 2022 budget to advise and administrate as necessary in order to complete and submit a final budget for annual town meeting effective immediately.
Yes. And I hope that the town administrator and Heather and Rebecca deserve all the help they can get, and this will give you, more this year. And I find Harry wonderful to work with myself. So
I think he'll
I
be
hope
working directly with
Glenn, there's
Heather.
a motion on the table.
yes, and I'm discussing the motion after it was seconded.
Okay,
Okay,
a roll call vote?
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, Suzanne has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out a really sort of good error I found in one of the budgets I oversee, and that's the Director of Community Services. The funding, it reads $211,000 and change for portable toilets. This year's actual cost will be around 53. So that's $158,000 that can be deducted from that budget.
Okay. Well, that's half the deficit right there, if that's calculated in.
Which page was that, Suzanne, please?
It's I don't know the page, it's the
Wait,
community services budget. 80
Yes, I'm looking for that.
We also have to remember that we put off a lot of things last year into this town meeting warrant. So it's not that surprising that the cost jump is significant in our budget from last year. I don't know if it was budgeted in and we removed it before town meeting or what, but there was definitely some stuff that was moved to this town meeting that I don't know if it was all budget stuff or all borrowing stuff at the time. And then there's also the issue of, even if we resolve the deficit, do we want to put all these items in as debt exclusions? I mean, that's another issue that I think warrants some consideration and some recommendations.
Right,
And-
so those are the kinds of questions, when I was, calling all of you last week, that, we wanted to make sure that you saw structurally where the budget was gonna land, after getting the information back from the auditors late last week related to the repayment of the ban. So, the discussion that I had with all of you was, that we were going to show you the numbers, but, that the decisions about how to balance that amount going over 2.5 are really discussions that, this board needed to take up, and that we moved everything out that we could to try and keep that number down. But you certainly have the option in some cases to move those things back into the general fund.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm looking for here is some thought out options on the table, from administration about the pluses and minuses and the potential ways we can offset the budget. I mean, I think it's hard for us as a deliberative body to go through all that, all those different potential options in a public meeting and have that type of discussion, with 3 meetings left before the warrant closes. And so I think, yeah, we can have that conversation, but it's kind of a conversation that we should have been having a month ago as to like how we want to offset things or bring them to town meeting, or what we expect, what the taxpayers are going to expect of us when presenting a budget that's in deficit. And, if we are going to ask, we don't usually do overrides, or the overrides
Right.
are usually, overrides in
Yeah,
Wellfleet.
no, that's what I was trying to say.
That's also a discussion that we probably need to have at some point if we're outgrowing our operating budget, as a town,
Sure.
that there may be an instance where we need to sort of think about long-term, do we need to have a override? Currently, I think that we've been able to make it work, but we're lacking. Our public bathrooms are pretty bad, and we have all kinds of structural issues in town that are related to deferred maintenance that we don't do because our property tax rate is one of the lowest in the state. But we can't have that conversation right now over this budget. That's like a long-term policy plan. But for now, for
Yeah,
this
I
budget,
agree. Yeah.
I don't
agree.
see us being able to go to the taxpayers with this budget and say, yeah, we have this deficit. Well, now I think if the bathroom thing is corrected, and that brings us down to like 230,000, and some of this money is carried over from last year's expenses. So we're not really that far, but I know that the short-term rental tax revenue is a new revenue stream.
No,
And-
Mike, we can't do it like this because we don't know what got cut from the department head's budget. We cannot do it
Yeah,
like.
no, we can't. We can't do it
You
tonight.
can't go ahead and do that, although it's logical, because we don't know what got cut out at the 11th hour from the department heads.
Nothing did.
We cannot conduct Maria, this is a disorderly budget process, and the select board has stepped in to bring order to it. We're bringing Harry in to help Heather, and we are now going to try to have as orderly a meeting as we can.
Okay,
I'm
So-
just saying, we didn't cut anything from the department head budgets. We only moved some of the new expenses or things that could be exempted
Well,
out of the general fund.
It was
to
last minute.
Warrant
then.
articles.
It's last
It-
minute.
Yeah, we were getting last minute numbers from the auditor, so
Well, you
for
knew
sure.
you knew that you would be, because the department has been in flux.
I guess I Ryan has his hand up, and then,
Yeah, I would like to kind of move on a little bit. I'd like to talk about the, what is it called? I don't know, the incoming revenue. I have a couple of questions with that. So I'm not sure who would answer, either Maria or Heather. There's no meals tax. Is that included in local receipts?
Those are probably better questions for Heather, specific numbers in here. If you don't mind me deferring to her.
Excuse me, point of order. May we refer to pages in the book we got?
There's no page numbers, Helen.
There are page numbers. I'm looking at them.
No, this is on the memo.
Ah, in the memo. Okay.
Third page. There's no page
Got
numbers.
it. It's still on the memo. Sorry to interrupt.
okay.
The budget summary. That's why.
Estimated local receipts, is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, the estimated local receipts is down 230,000. And if that's the number, to balance the budget, I'd like to make sure that that all the income streams are accounted for. So I don't see the meals tax, which is normally, I think, listed as a separate line item. Was that included in estimated local receipts, or was that, or is that not included here?
If I,
Yeah, Heather, go ahead.
if I may, when, we looked at this, Rich, Lisa, and myself, we did include the meals tax, and we did include the traditional short-term rental tax. And then because of the optics of the interest surrounding the new short-term rental tax, it was suggested that we list that separately from the local revenues, just that one. And the reason why the 230,000 is down, it's partially because we're expecting less revenue in certain lines, but mostly because we took all the short-term rental, the new and what you had traditionally gotten, and put it in one line. If
What
that makes
traditionally
sense.
is hotels, motels?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And so the meals tax is included in the estimated
Yep.
local receipts. Okay.
It is.
And then with the solar panels, when are those being connected, and what sort of revenues is the town looking at from those?
The engineering is being done now that all the land court issues have been resolved. I don't have a specific date, and I don't have a projected number for what that offset would be, or when that would start to show up in your budget.
Okay. And then some of the town fees have increased. I know that we just increased the fees for some of the beach fees, and that's a major driver of local receipts. Were those fee increases taken into account?
Heather?
We decided to remain conservative with most of the receipts, except for the ones that we knew were directly impacted by COVID-19. So beach, we did not increase substantially whatsoever, just in case. Clearly, there is a potential to have an additional surplus there, but we didn't feel like that was wise at this point.
Okay. And then as a board, did we decide what we were doing with Whitecrest lot yet?
We have not, and that will be in our next meeting.
So that could be a significant driver of revenue if we allow daily parking again within the town.
Yes.
So Suzanne, how much did the town take in the daily parking in 2019, I guess? Right? That was
$200,000.
200?
That was 2019, yes.
Yep. Yeah, so if we reinstitute daily parking, you know, and all indications are is that this summer is going to be pretty busy. That gets us a lot closer towards balancing this budget. But I'll just leave there because I'll just leave it at that for right now. Let other people. Thank you.
Mike, I've got some questions.
Yes, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, through you to Heather, whoever can answer it. So what did you base the guesstimate on cannabis revenue on? What did you base that on? Please.
So we only had one shop that was open and had produced some revenue, and I mean some being tiny. So essentially we said, if all the shops opened according to their contract language, we believe we could at least reap about 25,000 based on this very insignificant few days of activity from the one shop that did open its doors. So I mean, it is a rough estimate. Clearly it could well exceed that, but again, conservatively, just wasn't wise.
Well, it could also be a lot less than that.
It certainly could
know.
if they don't do well, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so Ryan did the parking. I was going to bring that up. And the thing I appreciate about your taking a conservative approach to the whole thing is we don't really know what's going to happen in terms of the pandemic this summer. We're all more used to it. More people will be vaccinated. On the other hand, the numbers are going up across the country and on the other side of the ocean. And it's going to take probably about 2 years to get normal. And so not doing things that we don't need to do, anything that's elective, anything that we can hold off on, we might have to do a bit more of that this year. It was very hard for the departments last year. And Mike is right. We now see on the warrant a lot of things that our departments put off last year. But it may not be over, and it will impact our revenues. Thank you.
To that point, I'd just like to say that I've heard for some realtors, we're over 90% booked this summer in our short-term rentals and hotels. That is irregular. That's above normal. And pre-pandemic, we were actually having unbooked areas in the town. People were complaining about not being able to book their short-term rentals because there was too many Airbnbs in town. That is not the case anymore. One can expect that we will have much higher revenues than last year and probably the year before, as far as tourism dollars. So people are coming one way or another, masked or unmasked. So I think, I don't see any reason why we would, this isn't on the agenda, so I'm not going to talk about it, but the beach stickers, I guess it kind of is because we're on the budget for that. But daily parking is something that I think has a high potential to reap revenue as well. So I guess at this point, what I would like to see at this point is for this process for the budget process to be postponed until we get a couple strategies and look more closely at it. There's clearly some errors in here. It's clearly was pushed to the last minute, which I understand. I know there's been issues with, numbers and accounting, but that said, we have what we have here in front of us. I think it needs to be fully flushed out with some different sort of strategies to present to the select board as to, how to deal with the deficit, or if there is necessarily a deficit, or if all this short-term rental money has to go into there, or if some of that should be coming from the stabilization fund to offset losses from last year. What our free cash is. Does anybody know what the status is on that? How much we might have is there any like estimated free cash? I mean, this is 2 years out now, where free cash, so last July, I think would have been when the free cash from 20, oh, I can't remember what budget, the previous budget would have been certified. And there's no free cash in either budget, last year's or this year's. So I just have no idea what we're looking at. Does
Heather,
anybody?
can Heather talk about the timing of that and where we are with knowing what that number might be?
So forgive me, as myself nor any of the individuals that have been kind enough to work with me, none of us felt comfortable trying to estimate the free cash, given there were so many journal entries and beginning balances that were not entered into fiscal year 1920. The starting place, it would have been just like throwing a dart at the wall, and it just not wise. So forgive me, I don't have that. None of us felt comfortable giving that.
That's fine. I totally understand that. I get that there's issues. What I guess I'm wondering is, do we have any idea, either from either year, that there is like, is there any kind of ballpark? Do we know that if we offset some money with the stabilization fund, will we be able to replenish that with free cash in the future? Or is free cash dwindled down? Has it been utilized for anything? Because it doesn't look like it's been put into either of our budgets. And coming into the free cash certified for 2019 was 823,000. And I think none of that has been put into any budgets. I don't know how that works as far as using it, but I just am really curious about, you know, I don't know how much we have, but I guess I would assume that there's enough that we could use stabilization funds to sort of bridge the gap. And then when we certify that free cash money, to be able to replenish some of those stabilization funds if necessary. Janet has her hand up. She hasn't spoken, so.
So I'm not going to get into all this, but it's been mentioned a couple of times that with the rental tax, a percentage of that, and I'm going to say it's either 5% or 2.5%, has to go towards the 208 water plant. It can't all go into free cash. So.
Oh, Janet,
That's done separate.
Janet, that's a separate tax that the state collects. That's not part of what we collect.
That's part of the rental tax, though.
Yeah, it's part of the rental tax, but the state collects that percentage is 2.75%.
Yeah. Okay.
We don't ever see that. You have to apply for grants.
Yeah. No,
That's
people have just said that we can use the rental tax for free cash, and I don't know. Someone said it a couple times, so.
Well, it's gone into the general fund right now. So, but I think this is just a discussion that we can't really come to a conclusion with right now, and maybe we should
Right.
wait for time. I'd like to have Harry come in and just kind of look at the numbers and kind of maybe come up with some strategies with you guys, and hopefully come back to us with some way to resolve the budget deficit in a way, give us a couple of options here that we don't spend 2 hours going back and forth on not knowing this or not knowing that or whatever. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't see how we can take a vote. Does anybody else? I mean,
No, I think we need more information or more solutions.
yeah, I mean, this is like, you can't vote to approve a budget with a deficit without an offset, right? So we can't send this to town meeting like this. We need to have some kind of strategy moving forward. We don't have that much time. So that's why I think Harry's great to work with. I think he basically said, you know, I can just come down and point at a few directions and lend a hand as best he can, you know? So I think it'd be good. Do I have anything from any of the departments about anything that they feel like needs to be resolved? in
I
this?
just quickly to the Harry point, I think it's important Harry sit down with Heather because she has to generate the numbers. She generated this exhibit we're looking at. And so that they can have a back and forth on any mass municipal law questions she might have about finance, and help her guide her through that kind of strategy that we're talking about the questions we're asking about, can it come from the stabilization or not, and the free cash. So I'd feel real good if she and if Heather could have some work sessions with Harry. And Heather, I can't recommend him enough.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at.
Good.
Does anyone
My-
have had, want anything to speak on anything that they feel like needs to be resolved in this budget right now? Or do you want to just email?
I would. So,
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my hand up.
Oh, Helen, sorry. Go ahead, Helen. Ryan had his up first, but you go ahead.
Yeah. Well, no, I've had it up for a while. So this is good. We need all the help we can get. I already said that, but respectfully, Justina and everybody else, if Harry comes in, I hope that he will be working with our town administrator and Heather, because the town administrator is the person who's in charge of the budget process. This has been an unusual time. If Harry's willing to help, it can be good. I'm really glad. But leaving our town administrator out of this is not really,
Yeah, that was not.
shall we say,
I didn't say
Correct.
leave our town administrator out. I said sit down with Heather and help her, because she did this exhibit that shows the deficit and she may have specific questions.
Yeah, she didn't say
I got it, but I think all,
to exclude Maria, and that wasn't the motion either way. So I'm sure Harry would only really want to do it with the town administrator as well. It's gonna be, he's just donating his time. So, Ryan, go ahead.
yeah, one of the things the town has to reckon with eventually is that wage, insurance, and pension liabilities, those are outpacing the 2.5% increase.
Definitely.
If we use one-time sources of revenue or reserve sources to offset a budget based on a steady increase in the wages, eventually you're just, you're not addressing the problem, and the wages will outpace, and you'll exhaust the town's reserves eventually, which is what happened with the ambulance fund, which is being used. And if we start rating all the other funds within the town to balance our budget every year, in 3 or 4 years, the town will have exhausted all of its reserve funds. And the wages will just keep rising. I mean, it's unfortunate that, well, not unfortunate, but I don't know how to describe it. It's just the reality.
We're outpacing the
2.5.
yeah. Our budget our operating budget has outpaced the revenue.
Yes, and most of that's driven by wages and
Yeah.
insurance and pension.
So this is the conversation that we do need to have at some point, but right now, I don't think that we should go into the long-term planning and just try and get through this budget as it stands. Not as it stands. We need to get this budget approved, or a budget approved, and get the warrant placed. And it is about 3 weeks before we have to send it to the printer. Is that right? We still don't know, right? But Rebecca,
about that, yeah.
something like that. So
I've emailed them twice. They've been in contact. I sent you those emails. I'm waiting
Yeah, I
for them.
saw-
He said hopefully this week, so
Yeah.
I'll check in with him again tomorrow.
I saw that you had sent those emails. That's great. But we can only assume that we have till the end of April as the very last date to send this off. So Yeah, if anybody feels like, I think that it's important to, as we go through this process, if stuff needs to be shaved from departments, then it's probably good to ask the departments to shave it and bring it back. If there's a number that needs to be reached or something like that, that I think, that's probably the appropriate way to do it.
Could you clarify that, Mike, please?
Just if the budget's going out, that the departments should have some leeway over if there's cuts that need to be made, where those cuts should be made in their budgets. That's all. Because I think communication is pretty key.
So you don't think that with what's been submitted to us, that they already have considered that? I mean, I'm thinking of all the department heads who have been here a number of years. Don't they know to be conservative in their
Yeah, I
expenditure?
think the budgets are conservative. I don't think that's the issue. I think that, when there's stuff, when there's requests to cut things, if that's what happens, it should go to the department for them to make suggestions about what should be cut because they know their department. So just throwing that out there, because, not that I'm advocating cutting any budgets. I'm not. But I just think it's important for that kind of communication to happen.
The budget that's in front of you, we made very few changes from what the departments requested. In some cases, there was sort of, accounting issues for what line item something might be from, but the changes that we made to department budgets really had to do more with the source of funding than it did whether funding was going to be reduced or corrections were made based on actual salaries.
Okay, so what
we
about
didn't-
the police body cams? I didn't notice that in the actual budget outlay. Is that in here? And I missed it?
We were proposing that be moved to a warrant article, so that's why it's not shown in here.
Okay, so that would be a debt override. That would be an override. Yeah, okay. All right, so I didn't understand that. I thought stuff had been removed from the budgets.
Oh.
That's what it seemed like in the budget because it's not showing up in the budget anymore. Because when you compare the two, the department budgets and the budget that's here, yeah.
Now, as we were getting the number from the auditors that we had to adjust for because of the ban that the town didn't pay back, essentially, we were not cutting issues, but moving them to warrant articles to keep the budget from going even higher over the 2.5 that it is right now. So, you always have the choice to move those back in some cases, but that was the strategy that we were working on because we were trying to keep that number from being higher than it is. But we didn't cut anything that we had already talked to department heads about.
Okay. Ryan?
Yeah, I would like to start discussing the departmental budgets. If we put it off ourselves, we're gonna just be in a situation where we haven't, I think we should really be discussing the departmental budgets at this point.
Okay,
I agree.
yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Mike?
The department budgets, are we doing the department budgets as in this overall?
Yeah, let's do it. And
Or the ones who have been through FinCom? Because these haven't been through FinCom like this, but.
I would just,
Mike?
Yeah,
Yeah, so a healthy way to go into department budgets over many years is to encourage departments to ask for everything they might want or need, okay? And then for this process, going into the warrant, looking at their various budgets, to ask them to come into those meetings, and we're in one now, or with the FinCom, with a sense of triage. In other words, what things would that department be the most willing to do without? But both things are important because we get to know what the department wants and needs at the top of it. Ask for everything, have it in your mind how to triage, and go through each department, you know, with us, and also with the town administrator. But we need to know, we need that information from them, both their willingness to cut certain things and what they would be willing to cut first, and what they want across the board. Thank you. So could we start and just start marching through, which is what I was asking for about an hour ago, please?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
I have one quick question. I just want to clarify what I heard. So Maria, you're saying you did not cut from the department head budgets?
I did not. Our initial conversations, you know, when we met with everybody, when they were starting to build the budget, was that everybody was trying to be pretty conservative from the get-go because of COVID and unpredictability of revenues and accounting and all of that. So I don't know that there was much of anything that I told them that, no, let's not do that much.
So it's conservative in a budget term, like flat, a percentage, like don't go up. Is it flat versus vis-a-vis year ahead, year ago?
Most departments were able to stay flat on most of their line items. There were a couple of budgets that honestly things were not being properly funded. Harbor Master being one of them, where there was some.
Try to stay flat was the direction.
Try to stay flat was the direction. I didn't take anything out from this budget after it went to FinCom.
Except to put things into a warrant?
Except to put things into a warrant, that's correct.
Okay.
So they're not gonna, so that they would not show up in this big thick part of the budget, but they would show up in the warrants.
And what was the total number of expenses put into warrant articles?
Heather might have that number. I can't tell you that off the top of my
Okay, we
head.
don't know that.
Heather, is that the 430?
It's all right, I don't want to hold.
Oh, no, proposed 1.3 million. So in the far column under notes on this chart.
Yeah. So we shifted 1.2 million into warrant articles?
Heather, can you confirm that? 1.3.
That sounds high.
The notes depicted in that column were the capital budget at that point.
Yeah.
And what people had asked for at that point that was documented. The items that were reviewed to be looked at on an individual basis, there's 2 of them listed here. The body cameras were shifted into the capital budget, thinking that maybe prepayment for a 5-year portion could go.
Okay, so
and
1.2 has some capital items. All right, I won't hold us all up here with this question because I know we're all eager to get to the department budgets, but thank you. Okay, so you cut, nothing was, the direction was flat and nothing was cut, things were moved into warrant articles. Okay.
Okay, so you guys want to go into the police budget?
Let's just do it in the order of our packet, otherwise we're going to be jumping around.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Well, the first one is
Please.
the town administrator one, and then there's
The
police.
first one's select board.
Oh, well, we're not, what's ours,
And then
copying?
town administrator. I don't
No,
know.
that's part of general administration. The actual department budgets begin with the police.
Is which number, please?
Two.
Well, should we go over general
Two.
administration or?
2.
Yeah, so then we start with selectmen.
Okay, let's do it.
So, yeah, the only thing is it's a select board.
All right, well,
We should do ours last because we have all the department heads waiting for their budgets.
We
And
don't
we're
really have
this
to
is a
discuss it.
general. So this is a general government budget, right?
Yeah,
So by voting on this, are we just talking about it? Are we voting on it? We're voting on the general FY 2022 general budget on that first item. That includes the select board and administration.
I wouldn't vote on the whole one.
Okay,
And in the past, it's been done department by department.
yeah,
The book that you have is a replica of the book that Dan Hort made you last year. I went line by line the way he did. He had all of your budgets, the select board, the FinCom, all of them in general administration.
well, we're not voting on the general budget tonight, so why don't we skip to the department budgets with
I mean, we can discuss the general administration one. I don't see any. We wouldn't be voting on the general budget. We'd be voting on the general administration budget.
I would like to take Justina's point. We have department heads here. Can we do that later?
Yeah.
And yeah, start,
We're not
let's
here
go to the,
anyways.
police. Yeah. Let's go to the police and.
Oh, the police.
you know, get
Yeah,
going.
let's relieve these department heads from sitting through hours and hours more of this. Okay. Okay, police budget. Let's just start with the police budget and we'll work our way down and then we can deal with the administration stuff later if we get to it. Okay, Chief Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not sure where you'd like me to begin. There is a document submitted back to the administrator in November, which, some of it may be a bit stale or old at this point throughout this process, lasting as long as it has. A lot of the memo was just trying to point out some deficits within our budget and the body camera program, and just kind of where we have fallen short in the past. If you look at the FY 22 detail sheet, the actual FY 2020 budget was 55,980 in the whole. I'm trying to hold the FY 21 budget together with bubblegum right now, and then the FY 22 budget, which is coming up. After vetting it with Maria and FinCom and getting this document, under department head request and town administrator, the original number was 1,782,032, which is now short 67,669, of which what I found is 12,159 under salary and wages was changed. And the body camera program, which was total 55,010. I guess from what I'm understanding this evening and speaking with Maria today, was moved over to capital. I'll take each of them separate. I mean, the salary and wage, right now I'm paying for a full-time animal control position that we are sharing with the town of Eastham, where $30,000 is coming into the town that never is reflected in my budget. So, right there, I'm at a $30,000 deficit with animal control. The town is being made whole from Eastham, but I'm not seeing it in my budget. So to lose another 12,159, whether it's an accounting error or accounting mechanism or off by a payroll, it's going to hurt bottom line. It's going to hurt June of 22. It's more and more has been put on our department. We just seem to be involved and in the middle of anything and everything. Post-COVID, pre-COVID, and probably after COVID. And, it's not sustainable. You saw my memo about our reserve program being phased out. It's just right now, I ran the numbers. I am 502 calls for service up for this calendar year compared to last year. And that's only going to continue at an accelerated pace. So after having discussion with Maria, I really do object to the body cameras in the program being moved to capital. I understand some of the rationale. However, out of that 55, 710, 25,000 is for a part-time records person, with the anticipation that we will have records requests for video that will have to undertake many man hours to be redacted correctly, whether it involves inside people's houses, juveniles, you know, you name it. We have to be very aware during records requests. Right now, my records clerk, who does supervision of dispatch, who does payroll, who does budget, also handles about 400 public records requests on paper, along with court. So to put video on top of her plate is not fair. And again, I do not want to be behind the 8 ball a year and a half from now, not fulfilling public records requests. So, you know, how that goes into a capital, a budget, I don't know. And part of the body camera, the camera itself is a piece of equipment. The yearly service on the cameras, the data collection, the software, that is all reoccurring operating expense. And I truly believe the correct place for it is in the operating budget and not as a capital item or a capital override. I really think, speaking with the board last year, I have done a lot of research, and I have complete support from our union that really, I think body cameras will protect the department, will protect the town, and have clear transparency. You know, it tells a story, and the story will be there on camera. So I guess I can stop there for a moment and see if there's any questions or.
No, I mean, I think that belongs in the budget. I just don't think it should be moved. It's a small item, and I think it's important that it gets, it's overdue in a way. And it protects police and the population. And it's sort of a mechanism of accountability on both ends of the officer and whoever the subject is. So I think it's important that this happens, and I don't think it's a large enough item really to be putting into a override.
And one of the other reasons, Mr. Chair, quick, for looking at the 5-year lease, you know, one, spreading the cost out over 5 years for the program, the benefits with the warranties that come with it, is my hope really is that in the next year or so, maybe a little longer, there will be some state and federal funding that I can pay the lease with moving forward, maybe in years 2, 3, 4, or 2 through 5. So, you know, without trying to pay everything up front, which we're not going to be able to on a capital because of all the reoccurring costs, the lease from years 2 through 5 will reduce from 30,710 down to about 14,000 and change for years 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that was another reason for putting it in the operating and spreading it out with the hope of some grant money to help pay for that through the state.
So I'm just getting the impression that this was done, but without consulting the department. Is that the movement of the funding to the?
Well, it was, I mean, from what I'm from what I'm gathering, it was moved as a mechanism to keep it out of the overall town's operating. You know, but again, you know, as has been stated many times tonight, you know, communication, and it was kind of with everything flying off the printer and trying to get to everybody, it was just lost in translation, and trying to look through 200 plus documents of where did it go, where could it have gone, is frustrating. And again, we have the summer staring us down in less than 3 months, and perfectly honest, it's already started to some degree. And the stress that it's putting on department heads and employees, you know, I mean, we need to be ready to go. We have beach issues, pot shops, crowds coming, and a lot of issues within the community that, I mean, we have a very stressed out society and a very stressed out community at the moment, with mental health and alcohol and drugs And we're just trying to stay ahead of any of this. And it really, it feels like the sand's caving in around us here, and we're just trying to keep our head above water.
So I would just like to move that both those budget items are moved back into the operating budget.
What do you mean by both?
The salary,
And the body cams?
body cams.
Okay,
Second,
I would agree with that. Yeah, yeah. Who
I
did
just
Helen
seconded.
second? All right.
Before we have a motion, I have another question
Okay, go ahead.
that might be relevant to the motion.
Sure.
Well, in terms of communication, we've also had different dates flying around, Chief Hurley. Is this the budget that the select board is looking at tonight? Is this the same budget minus the animal control issue? Forget about the animal control, sorry. Minus the $12,000 salary issue and the body cam capital expense issue. Is this the budget that FinCom saw when you presented to FinCom?
Yes, that's why the bottom line number is short 67,669 from what FinCom saw.
And
So the approved budget from FinCom and from administration early on was 1,782,032 was the
okay,
original.
so there wasn't additional items that came out of it.
No,
No,
And how good did you feel about the FinCom budget approval?
again, there was a lot of spirited discussion, but again, understanding, where we are at. Also one of the other documents that's in there this evening was to add an additional full-time staff member July 1 through some existing funds I have now in my specials reserve line. And I know, speaking with Maria again today, whether, that's cost neutral. I understand there's benefits and it is creating another position. However, as Chief Frissett brought in 2018, and you've heard me continue to carry on, the program is being phased out. And my first group of people, this is their last summer. They will be phased out in June of 22 to a point where in the next 2.5 years, we will have lost 6 to 8 part-time staff members that augment the department. And it's been a great program. We've hired a lot of great people from it. And it was also very, very, very cost effective. Now, I completely understand we are not going to replace those 6 to 8 people with full-time staff members. However, a plan needs to be in place that I do not find my department 3 years from now trying to respond to these level of calls and complexity with 2 officers on the road with 30,000 people in town. So I'm just trying to put forward a prudent schedule, so that we have staffing in place once this program goes. So that was not cut out of this budget. It's a separate item that I requested through administration.
Could I make sure I understand what you're saying? Did I hear you say that you had a reserve fund in your departmental accounts that you were hoping to reserve for that hire?
There's a line item under salary and wages. You'll see it. It says,
SW specials.
yep, if you look on the page 32, salary and wage specials, there's $70,000 budgeted with the program being phased out. And this year would have been the last year we could have fully hired people under a certification program, and we could not find anybody to hire. So I have 3 part-time staff members going through the summer. We're short 5. So my intent was, again, as an olive branch to the board and to the community, understanding where we are financially, was to reallocate some of that funding for the full-time person and not do a override. But with the intention that in the next year or 2, we may need at least 1 override position to keep pace once this program is phased out.
Sure, I've heard you made that argument before, but because of the nature of the end of the certification program, that wasn't an option to do a hire this July.
Well, my hope would be because the program begins phasing out in 22, that
Uh-huh.
to reallocate some of this money, the hire would not happen July 1. I would get through the summer into the fall, but
Uh-huh.
have the position allocated July 1 using some of this money. Or actually
Right.
using this money for salary and wage. I do understand there is a benefit side and other obligations under the administration side.
I think
Okay.
I follow you, but not really.
So we're not asking to change anything there. You're not asking to change
Nope.
anything there. what
No,
we've got.
no.
So,
I'm just a little bit
restore,
concerned hearing all this, that the chief has everything he needs to go into the summer, because I think we all know there's a lot of ending of COVID, pent-up demand. His calls are up over 500 calls, and I think we all know the summer's gonna kind of explode, so.
yeah, so the motion here is to replace the body cam budget item and the 12,500 or so, whatever that is, the salary amount. What was it?
Yes, thank,
Yeah, it's 12,000.
12,000? Okay, to move that 12,000 back into the police budget?
Could I speak on the motion?
Sure.
Okay. So the police, the body cameras is something that I've been championing, whatever. I can't say the word tonight. As soon as I saw it on the capital improvement plan, and I tried, it came from, I tried to move it into last year's town meeting, but it wasn't a fleshed out idea yet. And I'm really glad that the chief's taken the time to get the expenses all lined up. I am comfortable taking it to the voters of the town for funding. I don't think it's a capital improvement, but I believe that we could do 2.5 proposition 2.5 override and let the townsfolk vote on the program. I think that I really hope that the townsfolk support it. And it would also build awareness that we're doing this program. So that's my thoughts on the police and body cameras. I really want them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But just to that point, I think Chief Hurley said that the possibility of offsetting costs in the future or having reduced payments by not financing them, but through leasing them.
Yep. So it'd be the
cost
same,
effective.
it would be an override as if we were hiring an additional staff member to fund the program.
I mean, I'm kind of in the mindset that, putting it in the budget gives it a better opportunity of going through. And I think it's important enough that if we have some kind of situation where we're asking for a override, that people are going to start looking to make cuts in the budgets to reduce that amount of override on town meeting floor. We certainly do not want to have budget amendments all over town meeting floor. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
not
nightmare.
philosophically consistent.
It's just not, so I guess my point is to kind of consolidate the process in a way and just put this back in the budget. And, when there's other warrant articles, if we're asking for any kind of, if we wind up asking for any kind of override for operating expenses, I don't think that that's going to be taken lightly because we just don't, it's not traditionally done in this town. It hasn't been done. I don't know how long. I talked to Dan Silverman. I don't think he remembered a time that we did that. And that's a topic for future discussion for sure. But I would prefer to just leave it into the budget, 56,000 and
Other
replace
question?
12,000.
I've had my hand up for a while.
Go ahead.
I haven't spoken about this yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, guys. So body cams, and the people who will, the part-time position, did I hear that right, Chief Hurley?
Yes.
Yeah, the part-time position to deal, which won't have to happen every day, right? In other words, you don't look at what comes in on body cams every day, do you?
No, this would be a person that as they do on paper, requests come in, and by public records law, we have so much time to fulfill that request.
Yes, but it's not something that is a routine part of everyday life in the department because the request has to come in. I think it should go in the budget. Ryan, I take your point about having it be a special article, but I think Mike is right. I think it should be in the operating budget. And it should be there because this is normal life in police departments now. This is a normal expense that's coming our way. It's not a special extra thing anymore. And I don't think that it needs to be highlighted as its own warrant article. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel different about like night vision goggles and an ATV, but not that that's.
Okay. So I call the question.
Yeah, it's moved. The motion's been made, it's been moved, so we just need a roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. The only other outstanding item, and maybe this will be a warrant question, would be process on, and again, there was a memo provided. We did have discussion back in January in regards to reallocating some of that specials funding. Would that be a article just supporting the position at town meeting with funds to come from within the police department? I'm just trying to understand that process.
I don't know. I think you're requesting that funding from the department comes back into the department or
Is reallocated to
reallocated
a
to
full-time position.
yeah. Chief
I believe
Polly,
the fire chief has given me some guidance on this.
go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What Chief Hurley is trying to do is take existing money in his salary line item, which is under the reserves account or summer specials, and move that towards funding a new full-time patrol officer.
Mhm.
That would go to town meeting as a warrant article with the explanation, the clear explanation that it's coming from existing funds and it's not an override. That would be my suggestion. We did this 2 or 3 years ago when we needed to pull up a or get another additional firefighter paramedic, and we were able to move money out of an account within the fire department and put that as a separate warrant article, because I firmly believe that the townspeople should be able to weigh in if they're going to create an additional full-time position. But if we're able to provide them with the funding source, then it just gets approved at the town meeting, at the vote. It doesn't go to the ballot. It's all rolled into the budget. Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Go ahead, Helen.
Aye. Yeah, Chief Hurley, Chief Polly, in fact, because the appropriation that was made previously is going to be used for something else, it isn't just a nicety to bring it to a vote, even though it's within the department and it's not going to be more money, it's not going to be used for what it was appropriated for. So it does have to go to town meeting. And, since it's not more money, I bet, good chance it could pass. Thank you.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah, okay, so that can be put in there.
Do we have a dollar figure on that?
Well, I think the amount would be what is in that, the SW.
It's 58,369, and I believe the form was in your packet, the revised packet. It's that would be a step 1 patrol. So we come from that 70,000. That would leave some remaining monies for me to operate some reserves for the next 2 years. But again, the phase out of my first officer will be June of 22. And again, thank you for the board support on this.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would urge you to do that because you know the needs, the policing needs of the community, and you know the needs of your department, and I would strongly urge you to go forward with the warrant article.
Well, I think the crossroad that we're reaching, I don't have to tell anybody here about where we are at is, we really have a small infrastructure in place that is used to, expanding during a certain time of year and then expanding backwards, and then we get through the quieter months. But whether the past 12 to 18 months has been an anomaly or where we're heading in the future, what's happening is we're just taxing our services right now. And it's really, and as you tax services and lose people or help, it becomes even more of a challenge. So, and really policing has changed. The complexity of our calls, of the natures of them, and what we're being asked to do is evolving and becoming much, much more complex. So I will continue to keep the board updated, as we move into year one of the phase out, and any type of monies that are out there to help offset any of this, I am always out there looking for.
Mike,
Know what we can do.
question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Chief Hurley, wait a minute, I'm feeling stupid. So 53,000,
No, 58,
what?
$369.
58, $369 for a patrol officer. So this is a full-time position? Did you say that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so something, and this is across the board, it's not just your department. If I am going to be asking for an indication of how much more a full-time position gets in terms of health benefits and so forth, so that the voters understand that the salary is not everything that we'll be paying for. Not that we shouldn't be paying for it. It's a good thing. It's what we have to offer. It would be nice if everybody had higher salaries, but that's very different than the part-time officers that we have in the summer. So when it goes onto the warrant, if it's mentioned, that should be somewhere in the summary, just to remind people that it isn't just the salary that we're going to be paying for. Thank you.
Okay, on to the next thing. Did we vote on that now? We did, right? Did
Can I
we
make
vote?
Yeah.
I can't even remember anymore. Okay, Ryan, you got your hand up and then maybe we can move on. from-
Yeah,
Oh, no, we didn't vote on it.
I don't
so we
think
have
did.
enough here to make a motion, I think. So I move to insert and recommend an article in the annual town meeting warrant reallocating $58,369 in the police department budget from SW specials to SW full-time.
Second,
Second,
okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I.
Helen, aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and now we are on to fire. Right?
Communications and dispatch.
Where's that?
It's page 32.
Okay.
It's in the,
Yep, that's budget 215. And again, I know it's a long evening for you. There is nothing throughout this budget. What was requested initially that has gone through administration and FinCom is here in the budget this evening.
Okay,
there's a difference in the SW full-time.
Yes, I did see a difference of a few $1,000s. Again, the same speaking with Maria, that's within this department in this category, that is something I can work with and get through on that one. It was more of a concern on the police side on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, what Heather and folks in counting have done is actually gone through and looked at actual salaries, current actual salaries, and then done the multipliers based on collective bargaining agreements and such. So the numbers that originally went to FinCom, some of them have been adjusted somewhat, but just adjusted based on reality, not adjusted to lower anyone's salary or take any positions out or anything like that. So, you know, as we had actual numbers, all the computations were done. So there was nothing done to take any salaries out, but we just adjusted them based on current payroll.
Okay. Do those salaries also include some ability to utilize for overtime if it's in there? Chief?
Overtime is in a separate line item.
Yep, there's a separate line under overtime and
Just
this
saying, if
is,
you have salary left over in your salary section, can you use that as overtime pay
yes,
the year? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I understand that police department overtime has been on the regular lately.
Yeah.
So,
I think that this is a prudent budget on my communication side and there's nothing that's been taken or cut from this budget.
okay, so now do we approve this budget now as amended?
What amendment?
We added the whole police budget.
That was under 210.
Yeah, this is budget 215 communications.
But did we approve, we didn't approve the police budget as a whole.
No, we did with the amended, with the the addition of the body cameras and the restoration of the 12,000.
Okay, cool. I just didn't say approve the budget. That's fine. We can add that in. All right. So now you want to approve the communications?
Which one? Town administrators or the department heads?
The department heads. Well, I guess what I don't understand is once we include. Sorry, I'm dyslexic, so I'm losing my place here. If somebody else wants to make a motion, that's fine.
Okay, I move to approve the town administrators to FY 2020 budget for communications and dispatch, budget number 215.
Second,
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay. Great. So now. On to fire. Yeah? Okay, Chief Polly?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board and town administration. I have to say, I'm not quite sure where to begin with this. And I have had a discussion with the town administrator late this afternoon. The fire department budget cut, the fire department budget is cut by $43,607. And that came to light Thursday afternoon. Similarly, what you heard from Chief Hurley, there's a salaries cut of $10,630.12. And I have reached out and I've asked for detail on that from the town accountant, because all our salaries are built upon bargaining agreements. So that's concerning to me. And I need to see the detail, quite frankly. And then there are a number of the smaller cuts, which we can absorb. But there's a $16,000 cut in equipment that deals with firefighter protective equipment, turnout gear that has to be replaced every year because it ages out after 7 years. And then there's another issue here that I totally disagree with, and that's moving one line item basically from the salary section to the operating expenses. And again, by bargaining agreement and union contracts, that's in my view, and 22 years on the job, that's not the appropriate place to be. So I just don't know where to begin. So when with all due respect, when a statement is made that there was no cuts in the budget, there have been. The budget that I sent off to the town administrator was 2118592. 2118592. That was, we had a good discussion about that, and that was also approved by the FinCom back at the beginning of the year. And the budget that you see, and again, it's hard for me to actually go through a lot of this because things have changed, is 2074984.88. 2074984.88. I am confident that we can make some adjustments to this budget and make, some reductions. But this process has been very, very difficult, and probably the most difficult I've ever gone through in my whole career as a department head. So I don't know where to where to guide or give, some guidance to the board on this. Again, I can do a reduction, but the numbers that I see and that are out of the town accountant's office, some have been transposed to the tune of a couple $1,000s, and there's a line item that does not even belong where it is. And I'm going to try to find it here. I know it's here. It is, bear with me just a second, please. If you look at on page 34 of your packet, or the budget packet, it goes down to 225,711 seminars and training. You'll see that at about $28,000. Those are contractually required payments to the full-time and part-time staff. They belong in the salaries end of the budget, not in operating expenses. And again, having this show up like this at the 11th hour is very, very disconcerting. So, as I mentioned to the board, I'm very, very prepared to sit down with my administrative assistant, who you've heard me say, Teresa, I take her numbers to the bank to the penny and would bet my house on it. I'm not confident that this budget that you have in front of you right now, as presented, is where we should be. I believe we're close. But we need to get together with the town accountant, the town administrator, and get these numbers sorted out. If that's the best I can offer right now.
So, so this one looks like slightly more complicated as far as what's been moved and whatever. So what do you suggest, Chief?
I would suggest, just as a placeholder or as a starting point, to take a 1% cut from the original fire department budget. And I'm doing rough math right now. Originally that number was 2118592, cut it by 1%. That should bring it down, if someone's got a calculator there, please. It should bring it down 21,804 to a number of 2096788, 2096788. And again, I'll sit down with Heather and Maria, and we'll go side by side, and Teresa Townsend, and we'll clean this, make this as clean, and I mean clean in a positive way, and clear as possible.
Okay.
And then if I may, Mr. Chair, there may even be a bit more of a reduction that we can take. But until we're all on the same numbers between the town accountant's office and the fire chief's office, it's really hard to move forward. And I would also offer again that the board may have the opportunity to tap a little of the ambulance fund, because the numbers are coming back. But until I have a clear number on what exactly is the balance in the ambulance fund and what's coming in every month, I can't offer that up, but I'm prepared to if we know that we can make it work and it's solvent. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I'm proposing here that according to the chief, he's voluntarily willing to take a 1% cut off the budget submitted to the FinCom. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So could we tentatively approve this fire department budget, presented by the FinCom minus 1% reduction to be determined. Can we just bring that back?
We can bring that back, but the number should be, again, until Heather and myself, and Maria and Teresa can sit down, but that number should be at about 2096788 would be the 1% cut.
Mike,
Yes.
sorry, but until we find out how real this budget deficit really is and what top line, some methods from the stabilization fund, which I think you said is at you had gotten from Harry, might be at around $1.8 million.
It's about $1 million, the stabilization fund.
Yeah, what some of our modes of handling it are, I'm really not comfortable nickel and diming public safety when we plan, it promises to be quite a busy summer in Wellfleet. I think that you said that room occupancy rentals, rooms are booked 90%. It's going to be a boom year on the Cape. And I certainly, as sure I speak for the select board, that we really value our public safety departments. And I would really like to see how necessary it is to cut resources to these critical departments before we require that they do so. I don't think it's in the best interest of our fine department heads and fine staff, nor in the best interest of the town. And I would really like to hold off on making decisions until we find out if these cuts are actually necessary. Earlier this year, we heard there was a sky is falling cash flow problem with the town. It went away. You know, some of these oh no budget problems we've heard about from Dan too before I left have turned out really not to be problems. This town really is solvent. We have excellent tax receipts, and I'd really like to have a second eye of an experienced hand take a look at our budget before we do anything rash.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to approve the budget as presented to FinCom.
Yeah.
With, I mean, I think it would be good to have Harry have a look at it and see where he thinks we can move money from and whether we need to make a cut to department budgets, specifically fire and police, because those departments have been clearly like underfunded in the trying times that we're having right now. EMT, staffing, all kinds of issues in those two departments that are just critical to our resort town, basically, to our summer season. And I'm apprehensive to offer up a cut because I know that Chief Polly and Chief Hurley always keep their budget as modest as possible. So of those two budgets, I think we're close, and I'm not sure about the cuts. Like I have trouble reading this format budget.
May I make a motion, Mr. Chair?
Go for it.
May I say something first, please?
Yeah. Well, let's make a motion
Ryan?
and you can discuss the motion.
Okay.
I move to remand the fiscal year 2020 fire department budget to the town administrator and the fire chief.
Okay.
Second.
Yeah, okay, so this would basically put it back between
Yeah.
fire and town administrator.
Yes.
And I would like Harry just involved in that conversation too, if that's possible, if he wants to.
So the reason I seconded Ryan's motion is that I was going to move that, and I'm not ready to vote on this budget tonight. And thank you, Chief Polly, for your good attitude and your willingness to work on this. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
time is still creeping up on us though, so this all has to happen soon. Okay, you happy with that, Chief?
We have to vote.
Okay, we got to vote. Roll call vote.
David, aye.
Christina,
Aye.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye.
Ellen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the board. As I said, I think the town administrator are close, but I just want to make sure that our numbers, we're both on the same page. That's all I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Nancy, you out there?
I sure am.
Okay, hi Nancy.
Hello.
What's
I
going
guess
on with you?
I guess what I would say is that I have some of the same, of course, on a much smaller scale, comments as Chief Polly, where in our salary lines, there's been some differences between even what I proposed to FinCom and what's reported here in the 2022 column. I'm looking on page 22 of your budget. So what I proposed under department head there, those numbers don't match what I actually provided to FinCom and what FinCom voted on. And I did not connect with Maria or Heather on this yet. So I would like to, but currently the budget that town administration has proposed is $21,439.15 below what I proposed. I understand some of that is going to come from adjusting actual salary figures, but that seems like more than that. That the rest of my operating budget, there's just a couple of little things I think, which I can go over. And, you know, one of the things that I will say is that the shellfish department had been seriously underfunded for many, many years. And I've been slowly each year trying to make sure that what it takes to run the department is in the budget. So I'm not asking for more. I'm asking for basically to meet the needs of what it takes to run the department. That said, 179 operating expenses did not go up from last year. I had a project. I do see that there's like $500 of advertising that was taken out. I'm just assuming, but I would need to clarify that is going to be taken on by that's going to be moved to general administration now. But these are conversations that, you know, I think probably in a half an hour with Maria and Heather, I could figure this stuff out. The other thing that I had proposed was a year-end transfer for signage, which you will see in your packet. I had my additional budget request, and there were 3 line items. One was for an extra part-timer this summer to help with the recreational area. This was something that had been approved up for last year, but because we didn't have town meeting, and by the time we had town meeting, the summer was basically over, we didn't need it. So Dan took it out, but it had been approved, and that's about a little over $8,000. So I did add that in this year because, you know, if this year's anything like last year, you know, especially at the rec area, we're going to need 2 bodies instead of 1. And that person will also help with propagation and help free up some time for me to focus again on grant stuff. And then the other thing was for the propagation budget. Last year, what Dan did was take $40,000. So the propagation budget has been $46,000 for the past few years. Dan had said to take $40,000 from the Shellfish Revolving Fund for propagation, which is fine. That's how I prepared my budget. So it would just be $6,000 of taxpayer money. But the one that is coming from town administration now is, I think, 21. Hold on, let me just get to that page. Hold on. Yeah, 21 is what town administration put forth. You know, it seems.
It should be 6,000.
It should be 6,000, which is what it was last year. And so I would, and then I've already prepared the town meeting article for the revolving fund to spend $50,000, which is the same level as last year. So last year I asked for $10,000 for COVID, and the county has another program that is likely to be funded. So I just went right ahead and added $10,000 in to do the matching grant again for some COVID relief this fall, with being able to purchase oysters from growers again is what we're hoping. But at any rate, So the revolving,
21,000, sorry, Nancy, to interrupt. I just want to
no, go ahead.
clarify. That 21,000 should be 6,000.
That's what I proposed.
Okay, so that's an additional 15,000 that can move
To 179 to cover salaries.
to cover salaries or whatever that was. This could just be moved right into the general fund to offset, and your salaries could be restored.
True.
That's how I would propose it, because your salaries are your salaries. It's a different number, right?
Right. So if we could just talk a little bit, since I feel like FinCom approved and Shellfish Advisory approved. Let me think. I think I sent that over. I think Shellfish Advisory approved the budget, but I presented the budget I had because this happened in March. And so it was the one that FinCom had approved. And so that number for 179 salaries was $277,141.65. So that's what, to my recollection, FinCom and Shellfish Advisory approved. That included the $8,000 part-time seasonal, but it also included something which Maria did take out, which needed to be taken out, which was the $3,000 for credit card fees, which now are going to be customer facing. So that was right. And then the other thing that got taken out was $4,900, which I would like to do for signage, because we do plastic laminated signs. And while our general shellfishing public, knows about access and stuff, I think we're going to need more official signage, if last year was any indication, in order to communicate with people who just seem to think that picking shellfish up on the beach in Wellfleet is anybody's right to do. In addition, the laminated plastic deteriorates very quickly into the marine environment, which makes me sick. So I got 3 bids and budgeted $4,900. But I was going to ask for a year-end transfer from the Shellfish Fund, which is shellfish receipts. And that would be those receipts that don't go into the revolving fund for propagation, but they would be part of the 25% that the town has disposition to cover through the general fund. So that came out of my budget, which it should, because I'd like to do the year-end transfer, but I just want to be transparent about that, because I still think that we need professional signage at our landings, especially given what we're likely to face this summer. So those are, some of the changes that I have, and I just don't know, I wouldn't mind sitting down with Heather and Maria just to understand. I don't know. I would like to see the details on the salaries, because maybe it does all make sense, but it's more than $21,000 below what I proposed, which had been voted on by FinCom and approved.
Okay. I did have one question about aquaculture supplies. I'm not sure what the breakdown is there. Is that part of propagation? Can that be used out of the revolving fund? Or is that something that should be an expenditure through the general fund? And I guess I'm just curious, because that's a significant investment in the aquaculture supplies, what that entails. What do you guys?
So it's always resided in propagation. It's always resided in budget 180. And, we're starting from scratch. We do have racks, but we could probably use more racks. And if we're going to be, so this year we've ordered smaller clam seed so that we can save money on seed, but now we're going to make some, we have to create some gear for that seed, like boxes.
Yeah, boxes.
So, there might be a year where we'll be able to cut that back, but right now it's, we bought Chinese hats, we bought racks, bags, 4 mil and 14 mil, I think. So it's, it's still significant in terms of what we need to really get a farm up and running. We're in our, let's see, this is our 3rd year of 18, 19, 20. It'll be 21 will be our 4th year of just trying to get the propagation program back up and running.
Okay, Ryan?
Yeah, so I don't know, it seems like we're having a theme happen here, where town administration has not communicated with the departments. So were there any changes to the propagation budget, Nancy?
Well, no, I mean, they just weren't the same, right? I had proposed 6 and this is proposing 21. So I should have just made time to sit with Heather and Maria before this meeting. So I apologize for that.
Why don't we do the
So I
same?
would
thing we did with
understand
the
what
police?
was going on.
Yeah, there's so many changes to your first to the 179 that, yeah, I would remand it as well.
Yeah, I think it just needs to go back to work it out, get it to where it should be, see if there's areas that, if there needs to be cuts made, that you can kind of determine where you think the cut should come out of, because you're running the department, and have that back and forth.
Or even if the numbers are right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, my budget is basically level funded, except for that $8,000 summer position, which I provided an additional budget request for. The only increases are, like Chief Polly was saying, union negotiated increases, which affect your weekly salaries, they affect overtime, they affect holiday pay, they affect vacation buyout. And then also, there's the longevity pay, which, so.
okay.
All
Well,
right.
why don't we just remand this back here to iron out the details on this before we approve anything. It just seems like too many small changes to,
Keep track of.
yeah, keep track of.
And I also will just say, generally, if there's discrepancies in salary lines, like I think Nancy's even saying $21,000 discrepancy in a small department, I don't think the right way necessarily to deal with those discrepancies, should there be like an accounting system or some kind of auditor related thing, we can't necessarily make all the departments take it on the chin. That's not necessarily going to be the right way strategically to deal with that problem. So I'll just red flag that, I don't know that I think the department head level is the right way. I think the memo said there's 700 and something $1,000, 10% wage problem of a discrepancy. That's a sort of a strategic problem with the budget. And I think I'm going to bracket that as a strategic issue to be dealt with the deficit, and not necessarily ask every department to cut their budget, because we need our departments, we need them to run.
I mean, if it's necessary, it's necessary, and that just should be worked on with the department itself.
Right, or with Harry to say we're not going to cut the department budgets, we're going to find that money.
Yeah.
And if I may,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to let Heather explain what she did to make those changes in the salary line so people have a better understanding?
Fine with me.
I think there's so many changes that we really need to remand it.
Yeah.
I just mean in general, across the board basis,
With the salary stuff,
yeah, Heather, if you
I'm
can
sure she
explain
had a
why
good reason.
why those numbers are different.
No, I don't think we need that level of detail right this second. I don't anyways.
That's up to you.
yeah, I think we're gonna remand it anyways, and you guys can work that out, and it's kind of like, when it comes to us,
Yeah.
it'll be squared away when it comes back to us, and we'll probably have to have some extra meetings. I mean, that's just life.
Yeah. I would recommend doing a memo as well, detailing it, so.
Memo detailing what changed or something?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, so do you want to make a motion? to
I
remove
I
the-
had my hand up for
Oh,
a
I'm
really,
sorry. Go ahead, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sometimes
couple
I don't see it because it's
Um,
yellow on yellow over there.
okay, I'll wave at you, sorry.
That's
So
okay.
anyway, I want to highlight something Nancy said. For years, the Shellfish Department flatlined everything. They never asked for anything. This department needs to flourish. Nancy gave a careful description of the slow buildup to having things go better. And they need to go better for a lot of reasons. And I just wanted to highlight that. The second thing is through you to the DPW. It's a small amount in this budget, but doesn't the DPW make signs for the departments in the town? You got, I mean, yeah.
I can answer if that's okay.
Yes,
right?
thank you.
So I spoke with them, but this is a very big project. It's 100 and something signs, believe it or not. That's how many landings we have, and then we have to change them out at different times of the year. So let's just say there's 55 that get changed. It's not exactly like that, but closed and open times for different areas. And so, you know, and I need posts. You have to have the posts that go into the ground. So it was an expense that, you know, both Mark and I agree was something that the department should take on. You know, they don't have the bandwidth to do everything for everybody at all times because they have a pretty big workload.
Got it. That explains it.
I always
and
talk to DPW. They're great partners with us.
Yeah, I just wondered where that had gone to. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, yeah, did you already make a motion, Ryan, to remand?
No, so I move to remand the fiscal year 2020 shellfish department and shellfish propagation budgets to the town administrator and the department head.
2020.
Second.
2022, fiscal year 2022.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye.
Ellen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay,
Thank
thank you. Okay, Marina Enterprise. Will, you on here still?
Yeah,
You,
I'm still here.
you
I'm
didn't,
here.
you didn't sleep through this?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Probably on run before this, but that's all right.
All right, let's go.
All right.
you got?
So, yeah. So making some changes down here, down there, and starting with the salary line. You know, everything is constantly growing, and I think that's what you're going to see in most of this budget is that things are going to grow. Trying to keep it as minimally invasive as possible, but most of it has to grow significantly more than we made it grow this year. I have worked very closely with Heather in accounting to, you know, try to do our due diligence to make this as easy as possible. As you can see, and also bringing into account a lot of what people are saying, you know, the Marine Advisory, you know, they want, they want things fixed. We want things fixed. We want more people down there. All of which was pulled together by me for this, out of trying to patch things together a lot. So if you look at temporary and seasonal, that's one avenue that I feel that we needed to tap into and bring that up. The best way to try is to bring it up with more seasonal employees. You know, more seasonal employees or more hours for the ones that we have. Try to maximize their hours anyway. You know, we do have a few that are willing to work the majority of what they can. So, you know, trying to bring that up from the original 2021 budget of 60 to a new score of $80,000, where in 2020 our actual was 65. So we actually, went significantly over that budget in 2020 of 50. So as you can see, these things need to go up. Following that up with overtime budget, overtime at 2,500, which was in the 2021, is basically unrealistic. As you can see in 2020, it was 7,300. I don't even want to know what it's going to be from 2021 so far, because of the fact that, you know, as you all know, we had to make adjustments and do and changes with COVID. So 2,500 is just unrealistic. I mean, you get called out by contract, you know, anytime we get called in for anything, it's, you know, I mean, it's overtime, and we have had a lot of things. So, you know, I'm just hoping 10,000 is a good number for that. And then obviously straighten out the weekends and the holidays, bringing them all a little closer to what the what it seems to be more apparent. I don't know even why they were put in the 2021 as lower numbers than actuals the previous year, but you know, trying to straighten those numbers out from previous years, which brings us through it down into all the operating expenses, most of which, you know, are pretty standard. We've tried to go up in some of those avenues like repair and maintenance services, where we jumped up to 10,000 instead of the 6,000 that had been previous. Now, repair and maintenance is kind of a funny thing, like our propane gas and our electricity, where we're not only paying for the building that we're in, we are paying for the Shellfish and Beach Department building, which has significantly eaten up. The septic gets pumped in the summer once a month there. You know, I think every other month in the rest of the year. That's a lot of money coming out of the Marine Enterprise Fund for a building, a secondary building. Just like the electricity or actually the propane gas, about half of our gas bill is for that building. That's kind of a weird thing, if you ask me, when I look into this budget for my first time here, that we are taking all that out of a Marine Enterprise Fund for that. Obviously, moving down to a copier, you know, contract services are the same thing with the septic. That eats up a lot of the contract services. Septic, you know, all the testing and things like that. So that's pretty much on level course with what the previous budget was for. You know, following down any major changes going down the line. Repair and maintenance supplies. That's well, $25,000 is a compromise at the marina for repair and maintenance services. You know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done down there. A lot of projects, a lot of projects. So, you know, by doubling that, which is a double from the previous year, you know, 6, 12, 25, we got to keep going up with that. Things are falling apart and they cost money to fix. So trying to get a hold on that is going to be the tough part to grapple. That's just kind of sat in limbo over the years. And you can see where the $6,000 and even the 12 got us. They didn't get us to the right spot. So following that on down, you know, uniforms, things like that. Uniforms, I don't even, you know, we're up at 3,000, which is a little better. You know, we do provide all the uniforms, but taken out of that, we're going to need new dry suits and you know, safety suits for the people to go out in the winter. You know, we need that kind of stuff. They get unrated or uncertified. They're technically no good anymore. So all these things, we're trying to do it soft. That's basically what I'm getting at, is we're trying to get very softly into the increases, just like we did with the fees. Moving on down through that, you know, going into the charges for services line and the resale gas and diesel. Charges for services, it was budgeted for the previous year at 345. I'm not sure why. What I got from our computer, that if everything was paid up, we should be more around 337. It was budgeted at 345 the year before that, and the actual was 321. You know, so we've been growing significantly. If you follow 2019, the actual was even way less than that. So without even raising fees, our income has been growing, which is a good thing. you know, that means we're getting on it and keeping after it. So then resale with the gas and diesel, we just don't know. We kept that the same. We don't know where that's going to go. We do have a lot more water this year, so hopefully that number's boosted up. But that's a pure speculation. That's all that is. And again, it's a little confusing because what you may think of as dockage, the slip fees and things like that, is actually charges for services here. And dockage is more like the transient aspect of things. A little confusing when I dug into this, trying to make the numbers fit and why it always was that way. I have zero idea. I would like to rename a lot of these and have it make a little more sense for everyone. Because if I look at dockage, I think that's what we're making from dockage. As I would assume most people, I don't like to assume, but I would think most people do as well. Pulling in those numbers, it's gonna increase slightly. You know, 3% is not a lot, but it's a little bit, and that's what we put in for and have come up with this year. Again, winter storage, hopefully we do even better. That is a speculated cost as well, based on what people want to see and want to do there. So the more people that store boats, the more that goes up, which is good. The more people that work all winter and want their boats down there, that number goes up. So that's a good thing for everyone. Now moving on down to parking, that dropped. Obviously, we all know why. We don't have Oyster Fest. We didn't have it last year. So that number would have gone down that year as well. We made about $20,000 last year, or the previous year, sorry. Last year we didn't have it because of COVID. But $20,000 of that was from Oyster Fest. And that is gone. So, you know, down to 15,000, which would be our seasonal parking, boats in the parking lot, things like that. We have had an uptick of that this year. More people are interested now that we got water and a launch ramp that are active access 24/7 pretty much. I mean, even on that negative tide, we still had, I mean, you could push it through the ramp mud right there and get her in the water. So that should be approximately there. Now, going into receipts, the waterways fund, the beach fund, the shellfish fund, those are all, well, the waterways fund was supposed to be put into our account because of, I believe, the excise tax. Excise tax bill is a portion of that. A certain portion allowed by governed by the state had to go into back into the waterways. So that was why it was always at 2,000. It stayed pretty stagnant, I guess, over the years. But I don't see where those funds have gone into the budget over previous years, or technically probably not even gone into our accounts from the discussions that we've had. Now, the beach fund and the shellfish fund, those would be transfers for the building. So we are renting a building to the town. The town's renting a building to the town and paying all the utilities on that building, which equal almost as much as what we're making in rent. And that doesn't even include any repairs and maintenance to that building. From a financial standpoint, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know.
Bill, can I interrupt you just to clarify on that?
Sure.
We're talking about the shellfish and the beach sticker shack,
Yeah,
and that is rented from the Marine Enterprise Fund to the town.
yeah, yep,
Okay, so the town's paying 15 grand a year to rent the building.
15 grand a year to rent
That
the
includes
building.
all the septic pumping and everything.
Yeah, yep, yep.
Okay,
Which almost equals, I mean, that's, if you add that up, that's approximately $10,000 of that itself is the utilities for that building. I would suggest the town taking over that building. It's a town building. The town owns that building. I guess it was a store a long time ago and rented out via lease to private entities.
yes.
Bay Sales, Wellfleet Marina both had it at times. There's probably a few others. And I don't know the history of why or how they came up with $15,000, but I see that hasn't changed in a long time either. Now, I would recommend, these are all town buildings. I'm not I just don't see it as the enterprise fund renting a town building to the town. This is infrastructure that's owned by the town, needs to be maintained by the town. That's that doesn't make any sense to me anyway. So that's what I would suggest to the town is we're all one town. It's all taxpayer money, so let's do that. Let's avoid this whole little mess. And just go from there.
So I think in that case, this is a little separate from the budget, but I guess it's budget related. I think you would I don't know how that was put into there, the care and custody of the marina, and then maybe there's some complications about septic sharing or whatever. But I guess it would be probably a town meeting article to transfer care and custody to the town from the marina. I don't know. Helen's got a face on. She's got something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you have no idea how many years I've been waiting to hear what you just said about that building. I also want to inform the rest of the select board that the second floor of that building, if I'm not mistaken, is still used for storage by your department. Will, is that still correct? Is that still the case? The second floor?
I don't think we really have anything up there. I think it was just some old junk or something, but I don't think we really have anything up there anymore. Yeah.
Well, it may or may not be winterized, but the point is that is space that we could use for something down there, possibly. And maybe the shellfish department could use it. I don't know. But it's not as desolate a space as the old shellfish shack, which is really, not so nice. Anyway, thank you very, very much. And I don't see that we need a town meeting vote.
It depends on
Can
how
we
it's
have-
put into the fund. I mean, into the marina's care. If the marina's renting it to the town, then there was some mechanism to do that, I would guess.
It may have just been it was down there, but in any case, that would be something to ask town council.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so it doesn't look like anything's been changed in your budget except those rent receipts are not being transferred in, right?
Yeah.
There is, Mr. Chair, through you.
Go ahead.
To Maria.
Yep.
Is there a town administrator's budget for the Marina Enterprise Fund?
There should be.
Our packet doesn't have it, and neither does the 2020 or 2022 budgets PDF that was sent to us. It has a fiscal year 2021 TA budget. And the numbers in our packet here are different than what appears on those budgets.
We'll double check all of that.
Okay.
Okay, so Will, what was your total operating cost line item?
Total operating was 333,525.
Okay, because it looks like the one that we were provided separately had it at $345,525. And then for the salaries, for the full-time salaries, on here it's $57,797, and in that other document it's $165,000.
Correct. There was no harbor master at that point in time.
So which one is, so would it be 165,000 for this fiscal year or 2022?
2022, it would be 157,797.
Okay.
Yeah, because now that the hiring's been done, this was all submitted before, I was hired. So there was no actual set,
Okay, so we don't have a town administrator's budget here. we just have one from the department head.
Okay, so do we remand this again too?
I think so.
Okay, and Will, the full-time salary right there, is that including assistant harbor master salary? Or is
Yeah,
that- Okay, so that's the estimated assistant harbor master salary for the remainder of the, or no, I guess it'd be the full year because we haven't started it yet, so. Okay,
correct.
okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any problems with this budget. Obviously, there's a ton of deferred maintenance down there that's been going on for far too long, so. You know, that said, we have to be somewhat careful about our budget, but you have an enterprise fund and it doesn't look like you're that far off, unless I'm wrong, reading it wrong, from funding it. Does it look like, is this the net income loss? Is that your total net income loss when you look at the other side?
Yeah, that'd be the 16,822.
Yeah, so 16,822. So basically your projected loss is about 17,000.
Correct.
And the rest is totally funded by the Marine Enterprise Fund.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that seems pretty good considering the upticks in your expenditures.
Yeah, they are getting higher. So hopefully we can put all that right back into place.
Yeah, well, you can't defer maintenance forever. Justina?
You're
You're on
muted.
mute.
Muted, Justina. You're muted.
Sorry, I had a coughing fit before. Yeah, it does look really good. The bottom line looks really good. The 17,000 shortfall is really good for basically hitting your target by the enterprise fund, but it does need to get remanded because if there's no department head budget, we don't have the paper trail that it's included in the department head's budget summary.
Well, there's no town administrator's budget.
meant-
That's what you meant, yeah.
Ryan, you're right. I'm sorry. I meant to say the TA budget.
Okay, Nancy's had her hand up for a little while. I'm gonna call on her and then back to you, Ryan, if that's all right.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know if this is helpful or not, but the $5,000 that I pay and the $10,000 that Suzanne pays, in my recollection, happens at town meeting as a transfer from the Shellfish Fund of $5,000 to the Marina Enterprise Fund, and then from the Beach Fund, $10,000 to the Marina Enterprise Fund.
Right.
I don't know if that's helpful for that town
Oh,
administrator.
well, it makes sense why it's not in there.
That's, yeah. So, and Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I think it happens for that 15 grand from our two departments.
You're absolutely correct.
Okay. All right, Ryan?
All right. So that would basically, if those transfers happen, that basically balances the Marina Enterprise Fund. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, it balances it. But yeah, we don't have a town administrator's budget for this, which I don't know why.
Well, let's just remand it back and we'll get that too, because we're gonna have to go over all the budgets we remanded back. It should be easy at that point because it should be negotiated and then
Yeah, and
we're
we'll-
definitely gonna have to have somebody deal with the overall shortfall as
okay.
well at that time, but I think
So-
it's resolvable.
I move to remand the fiscal year 2020 budget for the Marina Enterprise Fund to the department head and the town administrator.
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thanks a lot, Will. Think it looks good.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Easy with enterprise funds, like they can pay for themselves.
Yeah, really easy.
Budget.
Hopefully.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Well, I
And it
mean,
fixes itself.
yeah, too bad it can't fix itself.
Yeah, I'll be in trouble for trying to give half of it away, so that's all right.
Yeah. Okay, so, Are we on to health agent?
How about DPW?
Oh, did we miss that? Sorry. I'm really bad with this.
I know.
book.
this
No,
is
you're doing
hard.
great, Mike.
Okay. DPW, Mark, you on here?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. So just as sort of a brushstroke, there are 6 budgets under the DPW. I've tried to make a concerted effort to level fund all of them, and I succeeded with the exception of one. And I can speak to that when I get that far, but I guess if you would like, I can start with 417 facilities,
Okay.
if you have that in front of you. So this is the budget that we use to maintain 6 year-round town buildings and approximately 6 to 7 seasonal buildings throughout town. It also includes electricity and utility costs. The budget I submitted was level funded from last year at 349.50. You should see that under the budget that was submitted. There are some figures that we need to go over with Heather. There's a slight difference in one of those line items that we need to sort of rectify because it shows that there was a reduction, but in fact, I did submit that 349.50. So we need to discuss that with her.
Which line is that, Mark?
That was under cleaning of the permanent stations. That's cleaning for the beach bathrooms. I
Okay.
submitted 30, and that was surely just maybe a simple error, but we need to discuss that with Heather. I believe that Jean already has, but we need to talk about that one.
Okay.
So
Sorry, what was the total operating expenses again?
well, the total budget that I submitted was 349. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, so the one that we have in our packet is for 313,950.
Right. And it should be
Yeah,
349.
yes. The one that you have is 313,950. The budget I submitted was 349.50, and it's because of that difference under the cleaning. You'll see abbreviated cleaning perm. It's a cleaning of permanent stations, which is the cleaning of the seasonal bathrooms at the beaches. You'll see I submitted 30,000, and 3,000 was transposed.
Okay.
So there's a difference of $27,000 there.
Okay. 349.50. Okay. So that seems like just probably an error because the town administrator's budget is equal to it.
Mhm.
I don't know.
That's
Maybe we
more-
can move on. But is that, so do you want to just move on to the next page and see what else there is?
I would move this budget first.
Move the budget with the correction?
Yeah, with the correction.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It's one item. It seems like we need to clean the bathroom, so I don't know who's gonna clean them. DPW doesn't. I'm not doing it. Above my pay grade. Yeah, go ahead and make the motion, Ryan.
Okay, I move to approve the DPW facilities fiscal year 2022 budget for the total of, with a total budget of $340,950.
As amended in the, as amended in the town administrator's budget.
No, I just put the correct
Okay.
amount in. So 340,950. I'm not referring to
The town administrator's budget? Yeah. Okay,
Second.
okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
And motion carries 5-0. Okay.
Okay, if
anything else,
you,
Mark?
if you'd like to move on to 420, operating.
Yeah.
Speaking to the expense portion of that budget. This budget's used to maintain a number of town vehicles and small equipment. It's also utilized for maintaining recreational fields and cemeteries, et cetera. This budget reflects an increase of $12,000 or $13,000, excuse me. That is a result of increasing the line item for the fire department repairs. I just was on the wrong page here. It is there. Where the heck is it, Gene? Oops, I'm on the wrong. I'm sorry.
Got it.
Oh, here it is. Repair and maintenance of fire vehicles. There's an increase of $12,000 in that line item. And sort of to explain that increase, I need to really talk about 417 again. I know you voted on it, but after discussion with the fire chief, they were willing to absorb some of the custodial services and other duties over there that are done on that building. In turn, we agreed that that $12,000 could be transferred out of that 417 budget and moved into the line item to 420 to increase the line as sort of a lateral transfer of those funds without necessarily increasing them. The reason that 417 wasn't reduced is because we had to take on additional maintenance costs in regards to things such as software updates on the HVAC systems and entryway systems at the PD. So there was a number of other increased costs now that we have, taken hold of some of the newer buildings and some of those maintenance costs. That's sort of reflective in that. But because of that, we were still able to level fund 417, the one we just discussed. However, that $12,000 was sort of moved laterally. I know it shows as an increase. It is an increase into repair and maintenance of fire vehicles because those have become increasingly costly, simply because of the type of repairs they are. It's more specialized nowadays. And there was one other small increase of $1,000 under education and training. So that equates to a $13,000 increase.
Okay.
And what are you requesting for the total salaries, Mark?
The total salaries was requested was $1,086,525.
Okay, so the town administrator's budget has that at $1,112,666.02.
Correct.
Is that one correct?
We need to go over that.
Yeah,
with Heather.
well, we need to go over that with Heather
Okay.
to see where that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, just needs more time. I think,
Obviously there's a contractual increases there. And I'm sure she had to do a lot of work weeding through all that. But
yeah,
that's what we submitted.
okay. Well, I think that just has to be discussed. Get the right number in there
Mhm.
and
Yeah. I think the town administrators is probably right because otherwise the salaries would have been level funded from last year. but we don't know for certain.
Yeah, you got FY '22, the same number as you put in for FY '21.
Yep.
Mark,
Yeah,
so do you
so,
expect it to be level?
No.
no,
So probably that's where it
yeah, so,
was a mistake.
yeah.
So my guess is the town administrator's budget's right on that count.
more than likely.
Okay. Because it's unlikely you're gonna have the same salary.
Yep. With union increases and
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. Okay, so what do we do? What do we want to do here? Are you good with this?
Well, I don't think we want to think it. I think we want Mark and Heather to agree.
Yeah, so if I may, typically what's happened in the past with our salaries is they've sort of, I will make changes to typically things like, overtime, weekend differential, things like that. But when it comes to the contractual agreements with the Teamsters and the WEA, all of that is sort of washed out down in accounting. And usually typically accounting will come up with a number to input into this budget here. So it's not really unusual that number is different from mine,
Just
at least at this
different?
point.
okay, could we hear from Heather or Maria on it?
Heather, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
You remember that one?
I mean, I definitely utilized the contractual amounts. The Teamsters have a great contract because it's done by name, which is helpful. So
Okay.
that's as accurate as I could get.
I think that's, I'm willing to go with that because it's clear that the level line funding from FY '21 to '22 is not accurate. There's no way they're coming in at the same exact dollar amount from FY '21. So I trust your
I
judgment.
agree with that.
Yep, I agree with that too.
Jay, you think that's probably accurate there?
You mean Mark?
Not Jay, Mark. Sorry. Sorry,
Yes,
Mark.
I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm comfortable with that. Thanks, Heather. So should we vote on this? Is that the only discrepancy in here?
There's a few small things, but it's largely a wash.
Okay. Okay, cool.
All right, I'll make the motion. I move to approve the fiscal year 2022 DPW 420 budget, or the town administrators 2022 the 420 DPW budget.
Second,
All in favor?
Janet, I.
Ryan, I.
Tina, no.
Michael, aye.
Ellen, I.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. Okay. On to the next one then.
Okay, 422 highways.
4-2.
You have that in front of you. This is the budget that's utilized in part for road infrastructure maintenance, including road and drainage projects on a smaller scale. The main funding source for paving projects, et cetera, comes from Chapter 90 funding. So I have submitted a level funded budget for that.
Okay. And that remained the same
Yes.
on both ends. Okay.
There is that number.
You want to make a motion? You got any questions, anyone?
No.
You're on a roll with the motions, Ryan, so why don't you go ahead and do it?
All right. I move to approve the fiscal year 2022 DPW highway budget, or if there are the town doesn't matter. The town administrators and the department heads fiscal year 2022
Yep.
DPW highway budget.
Second,
Okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I.
Ellen, I.
Okay, and motion carries 5-0. Okay, snow and ice.
Snow and ice, 423 snow and ice. Again, this is the budget for plowing over 80 town roads and about 134 private paved roads. It also includes some contracted services and for salt supplies, etc. So again, I've level funded it. This is sort of a crystal ball type of budget. You know, we never know which direction the weather's going to go. So every year or every 5 years, I will average out 5 years worth and, you know, sort of unscientifically take out the high and take out the low and average the difference and average out the line items. And I think I may be coming upon to do that next year, but this is one budget that we can legally deficit spend because of the type of budget it is. And like I said, you never know what you're going to get. So I've level funded it.
I always bring this up about our salt to sand ratio here.
Yep.
What is the current ratio that you guys use?
Well, we usually go around 3 to 1.
Sand to salt?
Three sand to 1 salt, but it depends on the circumstances and whether the temperatures are going to drop. There's a few variables. There's a lot of towns now that are going all to straight salt, but we've sort of maintained still combining the sand because of you know, a lot of the rural roads that we have that don't get a lot of use, and with straight salt you can get a lot of freeze and thaw. So at least with some sand down on the road, you have some aggregate on the road to keep it safer than it normally would be. And that's, maybe I'm a little bit old school, but it's worked here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I think the sand to salt ratio has to be high in sand because we have so much estuary.
Yeah.
In some of our rural roads, and salt inputs not necessarily good.
Yeah. But that's not, you
Yeah.
know, that's not to say that it isn't 2 to 1 on occasion, or even 4 to 1 on occasion, depending on the situation.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, a couple things. One is, it cheered my heart very much, Mark, to see when I took a tour, you know, I had to drive around the building and I saw your bin of salt and sand, and it looked like a really good mix. Conscom is very attentive to how much salt is in the mix. The state uses straight salt, and it's really not good. And the last thing I want to say about it is, sure, there are places, certain corners, certain hills where you might want to use more salt. But I know for a fact of 2 different private wells that had high salt readings, and it turned out it was because of salt used for ice. You know, I won't go into particulars, but there was no other source of the salt. It was nowhere near our saltwater, bodies of salt water. So thank you for being conscientious about it. And I do believe that the Conservation Commission had some kind of, I don't think it's an environmental protection regulation, but there was something in there that was more than just a comment about that. It was some official thing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we ready to go with this one?
Yes.
You want to do the motion again, Ryan? Tired of talking?
Somebody else's turn.
It'll keep you awake. All right. I move to approve the town administrators FY 2022 snow and ice budget.
Second,
A roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I. Motion carries 5-0.
Helen, hello. Helen, I.
Just
Aye,
assumed
aye.
you- Yeah, all right. I'm sorry.
No.
I read your mind.
Yeah.
Okay, street lighting.
Okay. 424 street lighting. This is the budget that pays for electricity for 234 street lights throughout town. Also pays for occasional repair or replacement of one or two here, depending on their condition. So as everyone may or may not know, a couple years ago, we switched to all LED lighting through a grant, and this has cut at that time, cut the budget in half, or close to half. So I've level funded it again,
Okay.
$10,600.
Are all our street lights, what kind of light bulbs are they using now?
They're LED.
They're all on LED now, okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that cuts electrical costs from what it
Oh,
used to be.
yeah.
Sure,
Yeah, they cut it in half.
okay, perfect. All right, I move to approve the town administrators 2022.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
Do we need all the streetlights? There's some that are like out by themselves with literally nothing around them.
I'm sorry, Ryan, I didn't quite get that.
Do we need all 234 of the streetlights? Because there are some that are out there that are like, there's nothing around them, no houses, nothing.
May I comment?
Yes.
Yes. So Ryan, thank you for bringing that up. I brought that up a lot a number of years ago. We do not need them. I, in fact, got the state to decommission the one in front of my house, but a lot of them, we don't need them. It's light pollution. It's expensive. And what for? Could we take a look at that with the DPW at some point? Please.
Sure, I think a lot of them came in by requests, right?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair. So we sort of react to public input and request both for adding lights and for getting rid of them. I think you're going to see with more foot traffic, more maybe bicycle traffic, that there's probably going to be more requests for even more. We kind of discouraged the fact for adding more lights, even though we do have requests to add more lights. But for right now, it's sort of steady as you go, and we're just maintaining what we got. If somebody does call to request the removal one, we'll certainly look at it, but we haven't had any in a while. So we're cognizant of it, but there just hasn't been much of a request to remove any, or we're willing to listen.
Okay. All right, can we approve it?
You make the motion, Michael?
Yeah, I move to
That's what I
approve
thought.
town administrators FY 2022 budget for street lighting.
Second,
A roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Christine, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye. Motion carries.
Helen, I.
Helen, sorry, Helen, I'm just jumping the gun.
Yeah. Remember, I put myself last because of my delay, but I
That's
used to
what
be
it
first.
is. It's the delay.
Yeah, well, you're the chair. You should go last.
I would, but I would just jump right on your, because I forget I'm waiting for a delay. Okay. I should go last, but I'm not gonna. Okay, on to transfer station.
433 transfer station, the budget's used to operate the transfer station, including paying for all the tipping fees for solid waste, recyclables, certain hazardous wastes. We have a diesel fuel line item there, which is, that is actually a diesel line for all diesel fuel used by the department. So as you can see, I have also level funded this budget. Recycling costs, like right now, we're in flux. We're trying to adjust adjust our operation or have adjusted our operation. As everyone knows, during COVID, we're trying to get back to where we were to get the costs down. So everything's sort of in flux up right now, but we see a little daylight right now, and hopefully the markets will recover and we can see our way forward and sort of level off if there ever is a post-COVID, but we at least we can get things stabilized in the meantime in terms of tipping fees for recycling. We have a contract with a vendor for disposing of our solid waste that has creeped up in the past year or so, but that was sort of taken into consideration in last year's budget, and I can still carry that forward for this year's budget. So that's why for the most part, you see this, well, it is level funded at 351, 850.
Okay. So I guess I'm a little curious because we haven't had purple bags going for all of fiscal year 2021. Is that usually a receipt to the DPW? Those purple bags that people purchase, or how does that work?
Well, yeah, we're currently not doing pay as you throw. The receipts from those bags go to the general fund. Obviously, there is not much going into that fund right now. The Board of Health has voted to return to pay as you throw it, I believe in June. So we're going to be starting up that program.
Do you have
Again.
any idea what the receipts were in 2019?
I don't have that right in front of me. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just curious, the actual deficit cost of not receiving that
Yeah,
funding.
I've had my eyes on it, but it's not brain right now.
Okay. Does it usually self-fund the solid waste removal?
No.
It's
No,
not.
it doesn't. No,
Okay. It doesn't cover that cost.
no, it doesn't.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't see anything here. Anybody else? Ryan's got your hand up.
Yeah, I would like to get rid of the pay as you throw. It's, yeah, the purple bags are, yeah.
I think that's, I hear you. I think we have to have a discussion with Board of Health on that. And that's a restructure of our fee structure completely. Like you can't just eliminate it because our dump stickers would be quite a bit more expensive. So it's definitely something that could be considered, but we need the numbers on how much solid waste is reduced as far as when that purple bag was implemented and how much it cost the town. So I think it's a little off topic at the moment to get into the details on that.
Yeah, okay.
But I hear you.
Those statistics that were used to justify the purple bag removal, the total tipping reduction, there was a reduction in total tipping, but all the commercial haulers stopped going to the Wellfleet transfer station, which accounted for the reduction in tipping.
I don't think they still go there, don't they, Mark?
No, because they'd have to adhere to the
purple bag.
You know, for the most, we do have commercial ones, but not on the larger scales. They don't, because they'd have to adhere to pay as you throw. But there's, you know, we're going to be putting together an analysis on all of that. So you might have to look at it at some point, but it's,
yeah, I need to see some numbers on it.
yeah, there's so many things in flux right now. There's so many things up in the air right now. It's hard to make apples right now. So, but we're going to be putting something together at some point.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But I mean, one can assume that sticker fees will go way up. Solid waste will increase. But like I say, there's a lot of factors involved.
Okay. All right, can we vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, I move to approve FY 2022 town administrator's budget for transfer station expense.
Second,
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Brian, I. Oh, sorry, Justin.
Where are we at? Just
That's
everybody
You,
vote.
Mike, no, Mike, you vote.
Michael,
now.
aye.
Helen, I. Jesus.
Well, feel free to jump the gun on me and yell at me,
No, we've got it down.
Now, class.
Okay, building, is that where we're at?
Recycling committee.
Recycling committee? Did I skip way ahead? Yeah, no, recycling committee. Can we approve it?
I move that we approve the fiscal year 2022 recycling committee budget.
Which one? They're different.
Town administrators.
Okay, because they asked for 750.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting she means the town administrators, but
Oh,
up to
you're
just
right, Ryan. Which one's hard? Town administrators.
second.
Why is it higher?
I knew we'd have to talk about it.
I
Why
know,
is
we're
it
trying
higher?
to sneak it through.
I mean, it's not a substantial amount of money. I'm just curious. All right, fine, forget it. Let's just put it through. I guess,
They're
I
a
don't
good
think we'll do
committee.
it.
Let's approve the higher amount.
yeah, okay. Fine, it's $700. It's fine. Okay. Well, the motion's been made. Has it been seconded?
Yes, I seconded it.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye. Motion carried.
Helen, I.
I'm just so like, I'm burnt out. I haven't been sleeping good. All right. Traffic and parking.
Traffic and parking.
Nope, we got building still
Building.
with, yep, page before it.
Okay, building, yep. All right. It's, whose budget is this? DPW still?
DPW on their buildings, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Any surprises here, Mark?
No, that's not my budget.
Yes, building.
That's
Paul?
building department.
Oh, that, okay.
Is Paul Fowler on here? I don't think he is in.
No.
Okay, well, let's just look at it, compare to the previous year. He's flatlined it pretty much. It's not that much higher by $100. I think I could roll with that. Budget's gone down since 2020. So I move to approve the FY 2022 building department budget, town administrators.
Helen, sorry,
Yep.
whatever.
Yeah, Helen seconded, so voting, Janet, I.
Yeah.
Brian, I.
Christina, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, now we're at traffic and parking. Is this still DPW? What is this?
No, it's not mine.
Okay,
This is like people getting tickets for,
just a
right?
tick, I don't know.
What is it?
I don't even know.
Help, somebody. What is this?
Traffic.
Mark,
Well, Maria,
Which one is it?
Traffic parking.
traffic parking salary expenses.
Susie
it's probably-
Thomas has her hand up. It might be her. I apologize.
It's under the town administrator, who is the parking clerk for the town of Wellfleet. And the
Okay.
cost of printing ticket books and the cost of the stipend to the person who deals with the hearings.
Okay, so it should be an administrative.
Right.
Okay,
Just skip over 291 emergency management.
did I?
No, I didn't.
Went from 241 building to 291 emergency management.
Oh, they're rearranged in our packet,
Well, mine's not.
right?
Well,
Where's
291 comes before 293 traffic parking. It
No,
came
not
in at the
mine.
end of building, after the building inspector, last page.
Mine's not.
Yeah, I don't have
I just
Mine,
have.
mine
It's
goes from
page
mine goes from page 35 to page 37.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
35.
I did that only because I
I've got
followed
a page
Dan's last year's
36.
notebook, so it could have been off.
I've got a page 36 that says emergency management line item, budget line 291 for, looks like 5,000 bucks, 21,500.
What's, well, it's it's page 36. You have that one?
Yeah, it's page 36.
Okay, that was just missing out of my packet. So,
Mine too.
okay, so good thing Justina's got it. So, what's it say?
Oh,
Let me
God.
get that on the page.
Guys, come on. What's it say?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna see if I can find
Does
it.
this fall under police or does it fall under DPW?
It's
Rich-
page
it's public.
36. It says it's number 291, so it will come after 241 building and before.
Mr. Chair, it's the police chief.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's number 291. That is what, it's typically level funded, 5,000 every year. It helps pay for the emergency notification system, annual service on it, and then whatever other miscellaneous things. I will tell you, we are looking at a hazard mitigation plan that is up in 2022 that has to be reviewed along with the SEMP plan. So I think for now I'll leave it level funded, but in the future, we may need some of that for consulting work unless our new assistant TA has some planning background, which would be great.
So it's part of police?
It's emergency management, so it's a separate line item.
Okay.
I've been blessed, I think, with being appointed as the emergency management director.
Lucky you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, and just the new TA does, or the new ATA does have planning background. So hopefully you'll be able to utilize her. Thank you.
All right, so, but just so everyone knows, it does come in the budget book after building inspector and before traffic parking.
Not in mine. Thank you.
That's fine.
Where in yours?
Vote on it. Let's vote on it.
It's on the one that's posted in the correct order. It's just missing from.
Okay. Justina, do you want to make a motion? Since it's right in front of you?
I move that we approve the budget line 291 emergency management, the 2022 town administrators budget.
Second.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Ryan, I.
I have a question though for the chief. I'm sorry to hold us up like this for Chief Hurley. I do have one small pause to bring to people's attention. The fiscal year 2020 budget was 21,500.
I can explain that if it helps.
Yeah.
When we hit COVID, the emergency management group approached the finance committee for an emergency transfer to buy the signboard for Route 6, which was about 19,500. So it was transferred into emergency management in FY.
Okay. But knowing that we're coming up against another summer of challenges, I know we can't just order Big Macs and everything we want off the menu. We're comfortable with $5,000.
I did put a request in to bump that to 10, knowing some plans had to be updated in the next fiscal year. But it didn't get in there, so it just shows as the 5,000. And if the new ATA has some planning background, that could help us. So there was a request in, but I understand. I mean, I know things are tight right now, so
Well, okay, so I understand. So a request for 10,000 did go in. I understand, but there's places to cut and places not to cut. And $5,000 in the relative scheme of things for a town that has $22,000 annually in tax revenue isn't a lot of money. So I would respectfully throw it out to the board as a suggestion that we make a recommendation tonight that we attempt to find $10,000 funding for that line.
I mean, we can remand it back. I kind of think if people are looking at the budget and we can kind of,
I would like to remand it back with the request to find $5,000 more for funding for that line, given that our professional in charge of that function, Chief Hurley, has made a recommendation that 10,000 might be a more appropriate level of funding for that line. I, as a citizen, feel that's make me safer, and I, as a select board member, feel I was elected to voice opinions for what might keep the town safe. So I would feel more comfortable remanding it back with that request.
Yeah,
Mike?
Heather,
Yeah.
Helen,
Through you to the chief. So what might you use this bit more money for? I agree with Justina, but what would what might you do?
I'll go. What's happening is in 2016, Chief Facette, who was the director at the time, was able to get an internship through the Cape Cod Commission to help develop the town's hazard mitigation plan, which for funding and federal funding and government funding has to be updated and reviewed every 5 years. We are coming up on that plan. I have had several committees in town already inquiring about it. I'll be completely honest. I'm a police chief. I'm not a planner. I'm not a emergency mitigation planner. So I was looking to maybe use some of that for consulting or just bringing somebody on board to help with the plan.
Here's my thought about it. We've gotten quite a good granular glimpse into dealing with potential hazards. There have been a number of situations I've been involved with, at least in the last 10 years, even 5 years, that have us looking at it. Some of them came from the Cape Cod Commission. And it's not like I wouldn't want your department to have all the money it needed for stuff, but I'm not sure this is the way to do it, given.
This isn't the police
Well,
department. This is the
No,
emergency.
I know, but
And this is a plan
yes.
that has to get updated. If somebody else would like to update the plan, have at it.
Yeah, what I mean is for that, yes, but you were the head of it.
on this.
The reason I was.
I don't think we need
about
to
that.
go back and forth on this right now. Why don't we just remand it back? If they can find $5,000, they can. If not, then it'll stay $5,000 and come back to us.
But I did hear you say that you used it to buy signs, right, for the highway?
That's correct. Last year,
Yeah. So Helen, what if there's variants running rampant? Maybe they'd like to get some signs. I mean, they'd like them to have some money to deal with what's happening. I mean, come on.
Variants running rampant. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh,
What
you
if this
mean
coming summer?
mutations?
Yeah.
Variants.
Yeah. I mean, what if they're up against it this coming summer? I'd like them to have a little money to do something with.
Chief Polly, you got your hand up? You want to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been in the process of updating this type of plan years ago when I was emergency management director in West Boylston. This takes hundreds of hours to get it right. And right now you have two co-emergency management directors, the police chief and the fire chief, that don't have the time to do it on our own. So, you know, with all due respect to the board, this is going to take expertise. And I can speak for Chief Hurley that both of us are about ready to walk away from emergency management because we got so much going on right now in the summertime and dealing with COVID. And again, no disrespect to the board, but you know, we got to be able to find a way to make this work. So thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Got it.
Okay. Ryan, you have your hand up?
Yeah, so to add on to that, I think the municipal vulnerabilities plan is over 100 pages. Whenever that's updated, I forget how long the last one was, but it's over 100 pages. So thank you.
Okay. So are we voting on it? Are we passing it on, like, it seems
I
like,
move that we remand
okay, fine.
emergency management 291 back.
Okay, second.
What about the other motion that was on the floor?
Was there one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Okay, I move to rescind the previous motion.
What was the other motion?
It doesn't matter.
to
I
approve,
second.
to approve the request.
We're voting on whether to rescind it or not. I seconded it.
Okay. Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Ryan, I.
Okay, Michael, aye. So it's approved. then.
Helen, I. Geez, Mike.
Sorry, Helen.
God.
On purpose. There's something wrong with me.
You have to
Yeah.
speak up more, Helen.
Oh, come on, Janet. Ugh.
No, you know what it is? It's just the delay and I forget that you're after me. And I'm
Yeah.
trying to pay attention to the budget at the same time. It's not personal, I promise.
I know.
Okay, good. It's getting close to, we're at 3.5 hours right now. So we're just try and push through this. We're not going to do the warrant tonight. So that's obvious. Okay, so conservation, is that where we're at now?
Parking, right?
Did traffic and parking.
We did traffic and parking?
Or did we jump back? Okay, let's just approve traffic and parking.
This is not in order.
No, I know. Well, we were missing a page. I think we went backwards. Now we're on this.
Yeah.
So I move to approve FY 2022 town administrator's budget for parking and traffic.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Ryan,
Ryan, I. Justina,
Justina,
you're muted.
muted. Michael, aye.
Helen, I. Whoa, God.
Christina, I.
Okay, Justina, aye. Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now on to conservation. Which I think, is that not
No.
supposed to be after?
Next comes health agent.
Yeah, I know, but we have a conservation budget, which I think is probably part of that.
No, it's not.
You have 171 right now, page 17.
510 and then 171. At least that's how it is in our packet. I don't know if that's right.
Okay, I have page 17 right now, just randomly floating in here.
Yeah. So there's
I-
that.
There is,
I have page 49 before that.
I have page 49 and I don't have any page 17. This is really a nightmare.
Page 17 should be on the next page, Helen.
yeah, it's after 49.
I don't
Yes,
I don't have 49.
I
I
put
have-
conservation and health together because Hillary's in charge of both. I
Okay,
will
I see
move it back for
49.
you guys
Okay.
later.
I just gotta move 17 down below 49.
I will do that.
I got it here. All right, 49 and then 17. Okay, so 49.
Or
Hillary, are you here?
No, no.
Hillary
Hillary-
actually is not here because she just had major surgery and she was gonna try and be here tonight. She had surgery on her ACL.
Well, I wouldn't wish this on somebody who just had surgery, so.
No, so she said, you know, she thought she was gonna try and make it on, but she just couldn't do it. She had her first round of physical therapy this afternoon and it beat her up. So
Why
she
don't,
apologizes for not being here.
I see some discrepancies here that amount.
You can
in
just remand it.
thousands. I think we should just remand this back because we're gonna
Out
have
of
to do
order
everything
anyways.
back anyway. So I don't want to approve it without,
It
Having
doesn't seem to
Hillary-
have all the pages and that.
yeah, can we just remand this?
Yep.
I
Yep.
see some discrepancies. I don't know what they are. I don't really want to go line by line without Hillary having an opportunity to weigh in.
I
And
move to remand the Health and Human Services 2022 budget.
On second.
To the town administrator and the department head, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So remanding to the town administrator and the department head.
Helen second.
okay, roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Justina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Mike, may I make a request? I'm gonna just.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a general request, and Heather, it's to you partly. So in the past, we had line item numbers. And it feels much more findable to me than what I've got here. In other words, within a department, each one of these lines, which you've identified very nicely with actual words, which I also appreciate, each one of those would have its own number. And I really found that easier, not because I was used to it, but because this long string of numbers is not user-friendly for me. That's the first request. The second request is, please, let's have the pages relate to the actual order of pages through the document, because this has been kind of crazy and we've wasted some time on it. The third thing is, would it be possible to have the font be just a little bit bigger? Because I've got good eyeglasses, but there's something daunting that you may not pick up on with your young eyes. So 3 requests. I don't know how the rest of us feel. We're all at different
How I
stages.
feel. I much prefer our old format for these with the vertical orientation and the line items in the bigger font.
And the pages in order. Please.
Go with, but I do appreciate the. I have difficulty reading this one. Okay. We're on the library now.
No, conservation 171.
No, I thought we remanded that.
No, we remanded the,
No, you did both because Hillary's not here.
okay, so
Yeah.
there's the Board of Health,
Oh, I
Conservation and Human Services. I think we did Board of Health and Human Services, but
okay. I just meant the whole.
I think it's fine. And then Veteran Service.
I didn't vote on. Oops.
Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
It's the Director of Community Services.
Yeah.
Human Services is under my auspices.
Okay.
And I would request respectfully that it be remanded because the way it's laid out here is confusing even to me. So I'd rather have an opportunity to discuss it with Maria and Heather before it becomes before you.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, I
I
had
would
a
like to know
series,
why the tuition for the 3-year-olds was cut.
yeah, I had a series, I'm sorry. Mike?
Well, I really,
Hold on.
that's one of the things, that's one of the confusing pieces that I need to straighten out. And it's the way it's laid out, it makes it more confusing. So I think better not in this long meeting, it's better not to talk about what we're not going to talk about and just remand it.
Okay, that sounds good.
Can I ask one question, please?
Mhm.
Through you to Suzanne, just one question. It's a yes or no. Didn't town meeting vote to fund the $300,000?
Yeah.
It was
Suzanne?
$100,000 for 3-year-olds, 100,000 for 4-year-olds, 25,000 for the Navigator program, and 80,000 for the grant program,
Okay, then, yeah.
Right.
which comes
Thank
to,
you.
I believe, 305.
then
Yes,
that
thank
makes more sense.
Okay. So that's remanded. Did we vote on it?
I think we did.
I don't remember anymore if we
You
actually.
didn't-
No,
I moved it.
Okay, you moved it. Okay. Second. Okay. Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, I.
Helen, I.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, guys. So now what page number are we on? Sure,
52,
Corley.
Veteran Services.
52. Okay. Yep, I've got that. Okay. Is this Suzanne's also? What is this? Whose budget is this?
Charge.
Veteran Services is sort of, I've never administered it, but I do know that we do get our veteran services from the county, and that's what this price is based upon.
Okay, cool. All right, let's just move. I move to approve the FY 2022 town administrator's budget for veteran services.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Question? No question, please.
Okay, all right.
So how many people does this serve from Wellfleet? I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Handful, and it depends. It changes from year to year depending on who has moved here and the condition and the need that they demonstrate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so can we finish voting?
Ryan, I.
I think I said I.
I'm just saying it.
Christina, I.
Okay, Michael, I.
Helen, I.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Holiday celebrations, let's just move it.
Holiday.
Yeah, you can just say so moved.
I have Historical Commission.
What?
Yeah, me too. We go from page
Okay,
52 to
I
page
got it. It's just
57.
switched. I
Yeah,
got it.
but yeah, we can just move this.
They're different.
They're
Are
really-
Quite a bit.
Yeah, that's actually almost all the budget is moved out of it. Okay, remand that.
No, wait a minute, wait a
So
minute,
moved.
wait a minute,
What?
wait a minute. Okay, nobody seconded it yet. They have to send stuff out. And if there's nobody here from the Historical Commission, does Maria have, through you, Mike, Maria, do you have any idea of what this amount that they were asking for came from?
Not off the top of my head, no, I don't.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, it's
we're
being moved.
remanding.
Well, then
Well,
why
it
don't
says advertising.
Yeah, but they don't use as much as they're asking for, you
It says
see.
that they spent basically all of it last year.
When
No.
they have to
so-
advertise when, in the legal section about, I don't know if that's paid individually or with the, you know, but yeah, is nobody here from the Historical Commission? I'm looking.
Or did they spend it all or not?
No, they didn't spend it.
They didn't spend it.
Yeah, no wonder they reduced it. Well, in my opinion,
Yeah,
if you don't
I mean-
spend the money that's allocated, then it shouldn't be allocated. So I'm fine with approving the town administrator's budget, but I'd like them to weigh in. I don't know if nobody's here.
I'm not comfortable with approving it. Maria doesn't have an answer and the historical commission isn't here.
Yeah, nobody's talked to them
Okay.
about it. Okay, fine, remand it.
Let's remand. I move to remand the Historical Commission's fiscal year 2022.
Budget. Helen, second.
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, aye.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I.
Helen, I.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Now we have holiday celebrations.
Yes.
Okay, can we move this?
I move to approve the holiday celebrations, town administrator's budget of $1,200.
Second.
So roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, aye.
Ryan, I.
Okay, cultural counts.
Helen,
Michael, vote.
I'm just moving on to the next thing. Michael, I. Helen, I.
Helen, aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, cultural counts. Same thing.
Yeah, dear, dear, you can't vote for me, okay?
I heard you vote. I heard you vote.
Yeah, no, but you know, yeah, I have to say it actually, yeah.
Okay, I move to approve the Cultural Council's fiscal year 2020 budget
second.
of the
22.
town administrators.
2022.
Oops, 2022.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Christina, aye.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I.
Helen, I.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we're on to the library on my packet.
She's still here?
Yes, Jennifer's here.
Jennifer, aye.
Hello.
We're reading a good book.
Aye.
Maria and everybody, and thank you for having me. I know that Robin Robinson is also on this call, and there she is. She is the chair of our Board of Trustees, so I asked her to be here with us. Just a couple of things that I noticed that there are discrepancies, especially.
So Jennifer, I think there's a lot of interference, but now it's stopped. Okay.
There are a couple of things that, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now we can.
Now. Yeah.
There are discrepancies from what I voted on, what the FinCom voted on, and the budget that I submitted originally. The first one is that my book budget was reduced by $10,000, and I was not consulted on that. And it just surprised me. And the other is that my temporary staff line item was completely eliminated. And that is absolutely crucial. I cannot survive without temporary staff. My colleague, Naomi, who I think you probably all know, who's been in the library since 1997, has informed me that there's been temporary staff that has worked for us since then. And we will certainly be open by the new fiscal year, and we will need that staff and absolutely not be able to operate without them. I also want to check the numbers on our other full-time staff because we're doing a lot of hiring right now. And I just want to make sure that that number is correct because we're not going over any of the, we're staying within our budget with the new hires that we're doing, but I want to make sure that we actually, that number is reflecting exactly what we need for our new hires. So I have to go over that with Heather and Maria.
Okay, so I think, again, so what's the total discrepancy on your requested budget?
Total
and,
discrepancy is $23,000.
Okay, $23,000 in the salaries.
No, the salaries is 13,000 and I have to check the full-time salaries to figure out if there's a discrepancy there. I'm not 100% sure. And because I was,
Hey, Jennifer?
no, because I was surprised to see the temporary salaries when I was looking at when I was trying to figure out why the numbers were the same basically from 21 and 22. And I just thought, why are they the same? Why aren't they? And then all of a sudden I saw that the temporary budget was missing. And so, when I realized that, all of a sudden I didn't have time to go back and look at the full-time salaries and figure out if there's any discrepancy. So I just have to go back and do that and have a conversation. But stand the $23,000 discrepancy between what I submitted and what is in front of me right now, and none of that was discussed with me.
Okay, so in your department head, what we're looking at right now, where it says Department Head 2022, these numbers are not accurate to what you submitted to FinCom?
Exactly.
Okay, because it looks in here like the town administrator's budget's higher than your budget.
That's because I'm assuming there must be
an error.
Salaries of my full-time staff.
Okay.
But the $13,000 of temporary staff is not there, and my book budget was reduced by $10,000.
Okay, so remand, Ryan?
So, yeah, I would remand it, but Jennifer, isn't there a requirement for the circulation materials?
There is a requirement by the state that we have a certain percentage of our operating budget go towards materials that circulate. It's absolutely correct.
Okay, and what is that percentage?
It is 19.5% for our population size. And I level funded our budget, and it's supposed to go up. It's not supposed to go down. It's supposed to go up 5% every year. And there's some wiggle room with that, but there is a rule that it can't be cut more than a certain percentage, or else municipalities get in trouble and we won't be eligible for state aid. And because that protects libraries from municipalities cutting materials budgets by too much.
So,
And
sorry to interrupt you.
it can't be cut more than 10%.
So this goes back to the same situation that's a recurring theme where cuts were made, but the departments weren't notified or consulted about those cuts. Either their cuts are just incidental discrepancies, either way. And some of these things just can't be cut without some consequences. And so, again, these are the types of issues that should be resolved before it comes before the select board. That's all. So I would vote to remand this back, to just sort out the details.
Second. How's that?
Sounds good.
Didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I think we can just say remand it back and everybody knows what we're talking about now.
Yes.
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I.
Ellen, I.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, Rebecca, are you keeping track of all the ones we've remanded?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. I figured.
I'll have to listen back tomorrow morning, but I'm keeping track.
Okay. Becky, we're on rec.
You're on mute. Yeah.
Muted, Becky.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Maybe you can pretend this is the first budget instead of the last one or one of the last ones, but so I'm gonna just be very brief. Let's see, the budget that is before you for the what's being recommended is $18,485 less than the department request and the amount that was approved by the FinCom. It was cut in the following areas: vacation buyback, which is a contractual expense. Road race, the road races were completely cut. They were down to zero. We have 2 road races, one in July and one in October. Let's see, it was $10,000 was budgeted. We usually make an average of 16,000 on the races. And as we sort out the guidelines to get back into offering full-time programming, we're not sure about offering live road races, but what I explained to the FinCom was that it's hard to not have it in there, because then if we're able to have it, we don't have the money to have it. So they concurred that it would be more efficient to put the money in, and then if we're not allowed to have the race, the money would go back to the general fund, as opposed to me finding out in May that we can have a race in July and then not having it budgeted. And so I would have to ask for a transfer in addition to planning a race that, well, in normal years, 500 people participate in. So that was the preferred method of approaching this situation. The other race is part of Oyster Fest, but it can also be a standalone race that we have in October. So like I said, between the 2 races, it's a big money maker for the town. So, I don't know why it was cut. It could have been in anticipation that they would be canceled, but I would like a chance to go over why was that line brought down to 0 for both road races. The other area that was cut was the $2,800. It says Bouse House, but that's, we don't pay for the portable toilets out of the rec budget anymore. So that money, that 2,800 was to be, let's see, buffing and cleaning the elementary school gymnasium floor. The floor, that gym is used 7 days a week by the recreation department during the school months. And it's a real wooden floor. It needs to be, with that much usage, it needs to be maintained every year. So last year, Dan Hort and Mary Beth Rodman and I met about this, and it was decided that since the rec uses it so much more than the school, that expense would be transferred over to the rec. So I mean, it's really unusable. If anybody has used a wooden floor before for basketball or any other activity, they get very slippery when they're not maintained. And if we don't do this every year, it's very difficult to use that floor. So I would like a chance to revisit these items that were zeroed out in the budget without, without my really knowing why. And again, if some of this stuff is being funded in other areas, that's fine, but I can't see just cutting them out without understanding what I'm supposed to plan for in those areas. So, I can entertain any questions about the budget. It was pretty much a level fund with what we could level fund. The union negotiated salary increases for the full-time people, in addition to the state mandated increases in the minimum wage for the seasonal people, made it necessary to increase by those amounts, but the rest of the budget is pretty much level funded. So I would like a chance to revisit the three areas that were cut to the tune of $18,485 to just see, what, if we can get in the same place on them, or figure out a way to cut in a way where we can still offer those activities and services to the town. So,
Okay.
Chair,
I think we can remand that back also. Becky,
yeah,
I think we can remand that back also for you guys to discuss that and come up with a solution. So,
that, okay. Sounds good, Mike. Thank you.
so we'll move to remand that back. The recreation department brings in some revenue as well from all the services that it provides with their morning rec and stuff. There's some money coming in as well to the general fund, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. I move to remand the FY 2022 budget, town administrator's budget for the recreation department, back to the town administrator and the department head.
Second.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, I.
Ellen, I.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, community services director. That's Suzanne.
You remanded her.
Oh, she's still here.
No, that was a different part.
Oh, different?
Yeah, this is the beach.
Oh, sorry.
COA services.
If we're waiting for her, can I have?
Yeah, you
I'm
guys.
right here.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay. Go ahead, Suzanne, and then Ryan. Has I think.
Do you want beaches or first or COA first?
Well, let's
I guess
take
it's
the-
beaches first in the packet.
Oh, we have community
We have
services.
community services first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
6. No, it's fine.
This is not easy on my iPhone, let me tell you.
On your iPhone,
Yeah,
it's like all
I've
sideways.
got my packet on my iPhone.
You gotta lock
You're
your
on-
screen so you can turn it sideways.
I have, but
Okay.
it goes. Yeah, the community services budget is actually the one that I was mentioning that has the under. My original request was for $211,149 for portable toilets, because that was based on what we paid last year in COVID. But then a decision was made and the determination was made that we could use the freestanding bathrooms with appropriate cleaning. So the bid came in at around $53,000, which means that $158,000 of that $211,899 can be backed out of that budget. So I'd like to remand this, talk to the town administrator and bring it back to you.
That sounds perfect, and it nets 150 grand, which I like.
158, but who's picking,
Ryan?
Yeah, so this is a question for Maria. So the vacation, this one also has a vacation buyout or buyback that was requested by the department head and isn't in the town administrator's budget. Were those all consolidated into one line item and under general administration?
I'm gonna defer to Heather on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Yes, that's accurate. We combined all of the vacation buybacks and calculated out the potential for everyone if they chose to exercise that benefit and put it into a single line item.
Okay, so okay, yeah, then for anybody that's asking about that, that's probably where those have been moved to. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to remand it back. Someone can just say so moved, I think.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Brian, I.
Justine,
Michael,
I.
aye. Helen?
Mike. You didn't vote.
I did, I said aye.
Okay, aye.
Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, thanks, Suzanne. Next
Okay.
one, beach.
Yeah, the beach budget that you see before you is, the biggest change is the $19,000 in credit card fees that will not be necessary, so that line will be eliminated. It has been zeroed out by the town administrator. And the only reduction in the budget is in the printing line from 5,000 to 3,000, which is unfortunate because I usually spend about $3,200 a year to print beach stickers. But that is something I can probably make up by underspending on a different line. So I'm happy with the town administrator's bottom line on this budget if you want to go forward with it.
Okay. Ryan, you got your hand up or is that old?
That's old.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm fine if you're fine and the town administrator's budget doesn't look like there's too much of a discrepancy.
Nope.
Is it
It's
$20,000?
perfectly manageable.
Okay, all right. I move to approve the FY 2022 beach department budget with the town administrator's budget.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael.
Michael, aye. Sorry.
Ellen, I.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, now
Okay. Stretch, we're going down home stretch. Come on, guys.
well, it's getting on. We're on the 4-hour mark here.
Council on Aging is next.
Council on Aging? That's not what
Yeah, it's not in sequential order, but it is under my umbrella, so I think that's why it's here.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see it now. Yep. I just
And that
got
one's fine.
another page.
It's fine,
Okay, COA is fine. Okay.
unless you have any questions, which I seriously doubt at this time of the night, but it is fine.
I have questions right now. Anybody? No? Okay.
The salary higher on the town administrators, I'm assuming they recalculated it. correct?
I'm assuming it's a recalculation, and I believe it's because the original number did not reflect that Terry Fraser was reclassified to Assistant COA Director mid-year.
Okay.
Okay. Well, do you want me to make a motion, Mike?
Yes, please. I'm tired of making motions.
I move to approve the Council on Aging fiscal year 2022 budget, town administrator's budget.
Ellen, second.
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Aye.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye.
Ellen, I.
A motion carries 5-0. Sorry. Trying to flip to the next page already. Okay, we are on now the debt service principal. Now, are we gonna do this right now?
Yes, because guess what?
What?
We have another whole big meeting because we remanded so much on this. We
Yep.
haven't done the warrant, so can we just, I'm as tired as you are today, so
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
just do it.
Okay, I haven't actually looked through this section. I was caught up on everything else. So does anybody have anything to raise on this?
I'd like to know what the remaining principals are, or remaining principal on the loans. And the town administrator's budget says 0 for all of them. It looks like.
I think since we're going to be looking at the remanded budgets and we're going to be getting more perspective, hopefully from Harry's consult, that I would prefer to remand the remaining budget detail, because we've actually accomplished a lot tonight. We've established a strategy and we've reviewed all the department budgets and we have a way forward. And I bet we'll be more productive on the warrant than struggling through the remaining budget detail when we haven't heard back from the work that we accomplished tonight, and ideally also from the help Harry can give.
Okay, I hear that, Justina. I respect that.
Yeah, I just don't think we need, this is not gonna take long, but I'd like to actually put my eyes on it a little longer.
Okay.
I got
Yeah.
my shot on Thursday when we got this and I was
Yeah.
kind of down. I couldn't read through everything, so.
Yeah,
Um,
I actually think we got a lot done tonight. I think it was a good meeting.
okay, so 10,
Um,
capital improvements, are we gonna wait on that, or?
I think we'll all be fresher and more productive to look at the budget and its entity when we also hear back from Harry on the overall strategy.
I think so too. These things can sometimes take too long and I don't really want to get into it now at 10. So,
So Mike, can I make a request? So
yeah,
I've got a lot of different meetings I need to go to. And this is, of course, my main set of meetings because this is the board I'm serving on. So we have another big dose of warrant, scrutiny. And we also have another big dose of budget scrutiny.
yeah.
And then we've got our regular meetings. Can we please look at dates right now? Because I've got my calendar out and I've got a 3-ring circus going on. I don't know about the rest of you. We all have work.
Yeah.
And Mike, do you have a tide chart?
I have.
Can we look at our next warrant budget meeting? Can we at least fix that?
Next warrant budget meeting?
In other words, can we make a date now? I can't do it on Monday, the 12th.
One second. How long will it take administration and the department heads to go over their budgets?
Yeah. How long?
I mean, I don't have that much time because I'm thinking by the 27th, after that meeting, we have to close out everything. We might have a little bit more time, but I doubt it. So,
If I may, because the biggest question that departments have is related to the salaries. And, those are things that Heather's been, working through to calculate them. So I want her feedback on how long she thinks she needs to be able to proof those numbers out compared to what the department's provided.
well, why don't we just say, it's the 5th right now. And why don't we try and take that up like the week of the 19th to 23rd sometime? Maybe the end of the week or sometime during that week.
I was going to suggest earlier.
earlier in the week.
Oh, me too.
Earlier week, like the week of the 12th to 16th.
Well, we have a board meeting there on the 13th,
Right.
and
Is
then
that
we can have another meeting. And then we're gonna have to.
Okay.
Gonna have to deal with the warrant also, so.
Right.
And the
I was thinking it might be better to just go on to the warrant next week. And then come back to the budget later, so we know everything's resolved and we have a strategy to fund the deficit, because they're still gonna show up in red. We didn't fix that tonight. But we did move 150,000 from the beach fund, so that's good.
So you're suggesting at our next Tuesday, the 13th Tuesday's selectmen's meeting, that we take up the warrant?
I think we're gonna take up the warrant because we have other warrant stuff, but we'll have to do some other stuff that's necessary to deal with whatever that may be.
Yeah.
You know, public hearing, whatever that stuff on our general meeting, but that the only business items that we take up are warrant stuff.
Yeah.
During that meeting, then we might have to schedule another meeting that week. Keep going.
Okay, can I?
Yeah.
May I say, Janet and Maria and I have a Herring River Executive Council meeting at 3 o'clock on Thursday, the 15th.
Yeah.
And on Wednesday, I would like, if we, on our regular meeting on the 13th, can we start earlier? Okay, so we finish, because it isn't just the duration of the meetings, it's the staying up late isn't that great for a lot of people. And it's just going to be like this until we get the warrant off to the printer. And we're going to have to probably have another extra meeting after that, because,
well,
you know, the warrant.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's fix a meeting for the week of the 12th through the 16th. I'm favoring the Wednesday, and I would be, what are the times like on that Wednesday?
Oh, Jesus. What? It is. Ellen, mute yourself for a second. It's all just feedback. I can't hear what you're saying.
Oh, God. Why?
Okay, listen, I've got an idea, okay? Why don't we just have our meeting on the 13th, and then we'll schedule another one for later that week. We're not gonna be able to do all warrant stuff in one meeting. It's just not gonna happen. So I don't want to have 5-hour meeting. It's worthless. We're useless after this amount of time. So why don't we schedule one we have our 13th meeting. If we schedule another one that week, maybe on the 15th.
No,
or
Mike.
16th.
Can we please, the 16th, I've got a big doctor's appointment. How about Wednesday, the day after the Tuesday meeting? And that'll, you know, we'll just do the budget.
I can't
Right.
do that. I can't do that meeting. And I think we should do the budget on the 20th.
Okay.
By then, everything should be flushed out.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
wanna bring the budget back to us until people have time to actually go through this stuff and take their time. And we need to have some strategic options to deal with whatever deficit there is and balancing that somehow. And
How about the budget on the 20th and the warrant on the 21st, which would be a good sequence. Things will be clearer after we go through the budget about the warrant, for example.
I'd rather do it on the 22nd. I don't like to have two
Okay.
meetings 2 days in a row. I have other meetings to go to too. Is that all right?
Me too.
That's good for me. That's fine for me.
Okay.
Okay, and
Let's
so
go ahead.
warrant on the 22nd. And if we're not done with it, we can, you know, have another meeting, you know, we can tag it on to the 27th meeting, you know, the regular meeting on the 27th.
Do you
So
feel
what
like
time?
start earlier and go longer?
I don't really think I think a 4-hour meeting is the maximum. I'm done after 4.
Yeah.
Just keep well, I'd rather have another meeting than meet for longer than 4 hours. It's like crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Me too. But what time? Could we start earlier or do it during the day? What are the tides like, Mike, on the 20th and 22nd, please?
Okay, hold on.
Somebody, well, one of you, yeah, I can do this too. What's,
At this point, it almost doesn't matter because I just have so many meetings that conflict. I just
tell me about it.
have to just do what we have to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they moved the Shellfish Committee meeting from, onto Monday. They switched it. It was going to be tomorrow after all of that.
Okay.
Tides midday.
All right, so what dates are we saying here? The 20th?
20th and 22nd. On the 20th, the tide's at 12:42, and on the 22nd, it's at 2:30.
Day. I mean, I prefer to have it at 6 if you guys are all right with that, because the sun's starting to set later and sometimes I get caught up, but
I'm good with 6.
Yeah.
I'm good with 6. Okay,
it's
so
kind of
6
routine too, so I won't get confused and show up late.
Yep. So 6 o'clock on April 20th.
Yeah, I think
6 o'clock on April 22nd.
Yep.
Okay.
And we just have a regular
Can I
select board.
just say one thing? I think we should start the. So Mike,
What?
Mike,
Yeah, I'm listening.
okay. So we've remanded a lot tonight. And I think the budget meeting, given everybody's stamina, and I don't like being more than 4 hours. I don't even like being 4 hours. I think we should start earlier on the 20th, okay? Just so that we can get it done.
Ellen,
There
we're
are
meeting
parts of this that we haven't even
and
looked at.
22nd, okay? And we're meeting on the 13th. So,
But the 22nd is the warrant. The 20th is the budget.
yeah, but by
And
the
that
time
would probably be our last pass at the budget.
well, we went through
Okay,
most
I'm
of it
just saying.
tonight. So, Chief Hurley, you got your hand up?
I'm sorry even to get in the middle of this. Is it, is it possible next week on the 13th to take a half hour to an hour and just do our capital presentation? So if there's any consternation with that, it can get rectified on the 20th. It looks like the capital's pretty clean. I think the biggest question is going to be how are we paying for the capital? Is it going to be debt exclusion questions or that there are other methods? But if we can get that off our plate, I think that would be great.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we'll start the warrant that day. And then, did we say we're meeting on the 15th too?
Yeah.
We
You have
talked.
a regular meeting on the 13th, if we could
13th.
start the capital.
But I thought we were doing the 13th and the 15th on the warrant, and then
No.
the 20th and the
No.
22nd.
No, Mike, on the 15th, Janet and I and Maria have a Herring River Executive Council meeting. Sometimes they're not so much. This one's going to be quite a lot.
All right.
It's at 3 o'clock. Yeah, it's at 3
change
o'clock
the
in the
time.
afternoon.
Well, listen, let's just start it on the 20th at a regular time. We can go up to 4 hours. That's all I'm gonna do. Then on the 22nd, we can do that again. We should be done. And then we still have the 27th meeting. So I
Yeah.
think we can fit it into that time frame. And if we can't, then we better stop talking so much. You know?
Should on the 13th, we do the capital budget? I think that was a good idea of Chief Hurley's.
Yeah, capital budget and the warrants.
Yeah.
And it's a marathon. That's just
Yeah,
what it is.
and we will all try to not, I will try not to talk so much.
Okay. And we still have another meeting on the 8th, don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
Day, morning.
10 o'clock.
It's not warrant related, it's other things, so, okay,
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock?
Thank you.
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Okay.
Okay, we don't have minutes, right?
No.
Okay, Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Helen, second.
A roll call vote?
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye.
Helen, I.
Thank you, guys. Thank you,
5-0.
thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Heather. Thank you,
Yes,
Jen.
also town staff that are still here, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good night, Moon.
Okay.